What is going on, everybody? How we doing today? As usual, hope you're doing well. It is a Saturday, and not just any Saturday, but it is a fight Saturday. I realize I've had deodorant in the fucking in the background for a minute, and then I also have I bought this like 4 months ago, and I just haven't drank it. Um, it low key bothers me, so I'm just gonna move it now. But it is not just any Saturday, it is a fight Saturday. We are here watching a Misfits card. The first one that we've watched in probably a year or so. Um, this is YouTube boxing, influencer boxing, crossover boxing, whatever you want to call it. And it's just weird to see how things have gone. It's weird to see how things are with misfits. Like, it's definitely fallen off. This is clearly an attempt to try and get it back into a good place. There's Saudi money injected into it, I'm sure. And today we're going to be watching Andrew Tate versus Chase Demoor. And I guess Tony Ferguson is on this card too. I guess he's on this card too. So that's something that excuse me, that's interesting. But um yeah, honestly, I don't even know what to say about it. I don't know what to say about it. I don't know who most of these people are. I do recognize some of them. Obviously Chase Demoor, Andrew Tate. Um, I guess Ty Emery versus girl Pearl Gonzalez. I know who they are. Um, and then there's Starling versus some chick named Carla Jade. The three people that I just listed off are from BKFC. They are BKFC girls, and I don't know if BKFC has just not been treating them very well. Well, actually, Pro Gonzalez straight up, she fought in BKFC once. She didn't like the decision that was awarded to the other girls. She felt that she won, and she swore off BKFC and bare knuckle fighting. Um, and then there's also Tony Ferguson versus Warren Spencer. Dean the Great is on here. Anthony Taylor is on here, and Ben Williams is on here. So yeah, there's a few names that I recognize, but like, oh, Nick LMAO, I remember him as well. There's names that I recognize, but it is what it is. It's like I said, influencer boxing fell off, and it just kind of is what it is. It hit like when I look at influencer boxing, when I see the timeline of events, there was a really big start. And it was never gonna be something that was like that, like crazy, for that long at least. It was a crazy thing in like 2018, 2019. It really hit its stride from like 2020 to 2022. Misfits was created. That was kind of like a crescendo, that was like a climax. And at that point, it was only going to go down. And even then, like, Creator Clash, I think you could say, was kind of the climax. Truthfully, I think Creator Clash was the climax. Misfits followed shortly after, and it was kind of on its way down, right? And it's been in a decline ever since. Of course, I have experience training some people who were supposed to be on Misfits cards, and who were supposed to be on what's it called? Who were supposed to be on um, Creator Clash. Excuse me. I was kind of smack dab in the middle of that Froggy Fresh thing. Uh, it's still crazy to me to think about the Froggy Fresh thing, because like that's a moment of the internet. Like Fish Tank is one thing, right? Fish Tank is kind of niche in a certain sense, where like it was really really big. It had kind of a mass appeal to a certain extent on one side of the internet, right? It had a mass appeal on one side of the internet, and that was like really cool. But the whole Froggy Fresh thing was like something completely different. There was like everybody knew about the Froggy Fresh thing when that went down. So it was crazy to be sitting across from him as that happened at a fucking crab shack in the middle of Providence, Rhode Island. We're we're eating seafood boils. I don't even know how to eat a seafood boil. That's the first one I've ever had. One of those fucking slop bags, the boil bags. Um, and they're telling me things that they would talk about to Keemstar and other people later. And then like they're telling me, oh yeah, dad's coming after me right now. He's talking shit, and this person's saying this and that. It was pretty weird, pretty crazy, pretty weird. Hope Tyler's doing all right. You know, he went through it. That was probably not the greatest year for him. You know, probably a bit of a tough year, but yeah, you see, Taylor Starling is on this card, and I think she's interesting. It's like she's one of the bare knuckle girls, where it's like she's kind of one of the faces of bare knuckle fighting championships. And I'm wondering if she is on here because BKFC was like, oh, you should definitely jump on there, or if she's on there because BKFC is not treating her very well. Tail of the tape, 36 years old for Carla Jade, 5'8", 115 pounds. Taylor Starling, 29, 5'7", 114 and a half. I guess Carla Jade is technically overweight, so I don't know how they're going to be able to afford to, because, one moment. Excuse me. Oh man, jeez. This is a fight for a Misfits girls championship. Um, and since Carla Jade came in a little bit overweight, I don't know if it's actually officially for the championship anymore. It is Misfits boxing, so there's a chance they'll be like, hey, you know, actually, it doesn't matter. Whoever wins is gonna get the belt. Tee hee, you know. Um, but you know, I guess we'll see. Um, you know, BKFC. When is the fight? It's supposed to be at 5 p.m. I guess is when the fight is supposed to happen. I love when debt collectors text and call me instead of sending a letter in the mail, because that means I don't have to pay them. You know, Sam talked about debt maxing, cred maxing, and just like taking debt collectors for a ride. If you know your rights, it's so easy to not have to pay a debt collector a cent. In order for you to actually, in order for that debt to actually be like uh, actionable, they have to send you a letter in the mail. That's the only like legally recognized method of informing somebody that they owe a debt to a debt collector. That's it. If they call you, first off, they know the rules, so they're gonna try their best to circumvent them. If they call you, fucking, you can ask for a letter in the mail, and they have to send it. You know, I'm not trying to get into like the I'm not trying to get into like every little trick to try and fuck with debt collectors, but like what will happen a lot of the time is they won't send a letter. They'll just try and call you and pressure you without having to send a letter in the mail. Because when they send a letter in the mail, it's a lot easier for you to enact whatever rights you have under certain collection laws and stuff that have been passed to make it a little bit easier for you to survive and not get bullied by debt collectors. The reason I say that is because I just got a text from a debt collection company, and it's a random link, and there's no way I'm clicking that link, you know. These guys have been calling and fucking texting me forever, and they're just like they're not getting a cent out of me, and there's no way they can take me to court either. So I'm just stuck in this weird limbo where they keep trying to pressure me illegally, and I'm not budging, so they have no recourse, you know. It's just funny how that works. But anyway, so we have Carla Jade, who just came out to the ring. Taylor Starling is in there. I'm curious about the Taylor Starling thing because, like, if I'm being honest with you, I tried out for BKFC in 2021. I saw a couple of their stars, if you want to call them that. Taylor Starling was not there. A lot of the girls, not all of them, they're just OnlyFans chicks who got into combat sports, or you know, vice versa. They're like combat sports chicks who have OnlyFans. What's going on, Cherry Blossom? Oh, excuse me. Anyway, ah, geez, I scarfed down some food before I came home and got ready for this, so I'm like burping it back up. But um, I tried out for BKFC and I really wanted to fight for them until like 2 or 3 months later, somebody died. Justin Thornton. Um, he died because they put him up against somebody that he should not have been fighting. And I've talked about how dirty the fight game is, how fucked up it all is. Um, you don't want to like you don't want to fight unless you are able to ensure that you're going to be on the right side of everything. And I don't have people who care enough about me to make sure that I'm on the right side of everything. So when Justin Thornton got knocked out and I saw the way he hit the canvas, I knew right away that guy is not okay. And sure enough, I think like a month or two later, he died. He was in the hospital, paralyzed on one side of his body, and he died eventually. And I don't know exactly what killed him, but I mean, if we're being honest here, it was BKFC. You know, the chain of events wouldn't have been kicked off if he didn't get put into that mismatch with the dude that they were trying to build up with highlight reel knockouts, with brutal knockouts. It's really unfortunate that that happened. And knowing that that's how BKFC functioned, plus with a lot of other things that they're apparently known for, it makes me wonder if that's why Taylor is here you know. I even see another dude, Zach Kalmus. He's a dude from my area. I met him years ago, and he gave me some good advice that I didn't follow right away, but ever since I did, it helped me. All right, so we have the beginning of round one here. Taylor throwing a couple of really far out jabs, cross to the body, lands. There's a jab from Carla as well. They're throwing jabs that are not going to land at all. They're just kind of trying to like get comfortable. You see Taylor Starling moves forward. That is one thing I will say about a lot of the girls on BKFC is they really do throw hands. They come out and they're trying to knock each other out, and that's what Taylor Starling's doing right away. I would assume this is a 3 round fight. I don't see why it wouldn't be a 3 rounder. Actually, it's a championship fight, so it might be 5 rounds. There might be championship rounds attached to this. Um, but yeah, I mean, I figured with Taylor Starling it was going to be kind of an exciting fight. You see Carla Jade is kind of timid right now. I think Taylor she marched forward, overhand right lands by Taylor. Carla marched forward a little bit. Taylor marched forward a little bit and started throwing heavy. And I think Carla's kind of not feeling it right now. She's throwing these jabs that are not really meant to land. You know, they're not like way far out, like more than a step away. And she's not stepping in. She's fucking throwing jabs. Bless you, user BR5PS. Hope you're doing well today. Um, yeah, I mean, right now I would say Carla is looking outclassed. Even just her athletic ability. Like this is I don't know who this Carla Jade chick is. I would assume she's more influencer than boxer. Taylor Starling is a boxer. She's a combat sports girl. She's been doing this for years. Like I said, she's gotten OnlyFans, but like a lot of these chicks have OnlyFans. Not saying it's cool. It just, it's kind of gross too because she's got 2 young sons and she just got married to a guy too, and I think she might still have a fucking OnlyFans. So that's pretty, you know. But anyway, so that's the end of round one. That was definitely Taylor Starling's round. There is no question about that. Um, yeah, I mean, like I like watching Taylor Starling fight. She is a fun fight to see. Um, like I said, the BKFC girls specifically, they're some of the only fights that I like to see. There's Britain Hart, there's Christine Ferreira. There's a few other girls that like when they get in there, they really start like throwing hands at each other in a real way. So I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that. A lot of women's combat sports just kind of fucking sucks. Oh, the stream paused. Oh no, we're good. We're good. I think anyway, it's buffering. But um so here we have the beginning of round two coming up. You got Tate or Demoor, never watched either fight once. Andrew Tate, Chase Demoor, like Chase Demoor, if you see his first Misfits fight versus some of his recent ones, he's improved quite a bit. But Andrew Tate does not take fights that he could lose. That's the thing about his fighting career is he made sure to take dudes where he's 58 wins, 2 losses, like that type of shit. He's fighting dudes. Oh, here's Taylor Starling coming in, head down, throwing wild overhands. Again, like I said, really just trying to let her have it. And Carla Jade, I'm not saying she's out. I'm not saying she's done for, but you can just tell she's a step or two behind Taylor. Taylor's dictating the pace. Taylor decides when she wants to come in. Uh, Carla has no real answer for it. When um, Taylor moves forward, Carla just moves back. It looks like there might be a little blood on on Carla's face. What Taylor needs to do is she needs to walk forward, not just walk forward, but she needs to move forward, right? In the way that she is now, she's walking Carla back to the ropes and she needs to keep her on the ropes. She's turning this into a street fight, which is working very well for her. If she wants this fight to end early, she's got to walk Carla against the ropes and not let her out. What you're seeing a lot of the time is Carla ends up on the ropes and Taylor just backs up and lets her come back to the center. That's not good. She needs to. Ooh, that was a nice left hook, very wild left hook, but it was a nice left hook from Taylor. Um, Taylor's throwing bunches of punches. She's changing levels. Ooh, that was a nice cross from Carla Jade. Caught Taylor on the way in. Again, Taylor throwing bunches of punches. She's changing levels. She's dictating pace. She's walking Carla back. That is the end of round two. There's a little bit of skipping there on my stream. That is a little bit annoying. I hope that does not. I hope that does not continue. But oh, excuse me. Um, Yeah, like if Carla doesn't want that to happen to her, she's got to not just move straight back. She's got to circle. She's got to make Taylor miss. Very similar to the way that Crawford fought Canelo. Crawford fought Canelo by staying at a range where when Canelo would throw, all Crawford would have to do is take one step, and all of a sudden, Canelo's missing wide. He's missing big. And when it comes to who I think is going to win, I think it's going to be Andrew. Andrew Tate doesn't take fights that he could potentially lose. That was his entire fighting career. And that's what I mean by you need to have people who make sure you're on the right side of things. With someone like Andrew Tate, it becomes a little bit egregious when you have 70 fights to your name and you're fighting dudes with less than 10 fights to their name. It becomes a little bit egregious, but that's why Andrew Tate has the record that he does, is because he kept fighting dudes that were basically glorified amateurs. Um, Weekend warrior type dudes. Meanwhile, he's taking it like deathly serious. And that's why Andrew's taking this fight in the first place. If it was someone who actually knows how to fight, if it was someone around his size, he would not bother. He would be like, no, 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 it's okay, it's okay. So we have some wild shots from Taylor. She had a jab a second ago, but nothing crazy. Ooh, there's another jab on the way in from Taylor Starling. You see, and that's another thing. Like I said, Carla Jade is not an athlete. She's not very athletic. Believe me, she's not the worst influencer boxer I've ever seen, especially out of the girls. But you can just see the way she throws her punches. They're lethargic. They're telegraphed. Um, and she's dropping her hands with them too. She just threw a very slow, soft cross up the middle, and she dropped her other hand down like that. Looked like Taylor might have just eaten one. There's a jab from Taylor. There's a cross up the middle from Carla that seemed like it almost landed if it didn't. Um, like I mean, Carla's one thing I will say about Carla is that she is composed. She's not very athletic, she's not quick, but she is composed, and that's why she's able to land the punches that she is. And she's actually having a little bit more success in this round versus Taylor. When Taylor lands, it's not good. She's landing with power and speed. And it looks like Taylor's starting. Yep. Ooh, that was a nice overhand from Taylor. And Taylor's starting to make reads on that jab cross up the middle as well, which is a pretty good show of fight IQ from Taylor Starling. Um, there's a story to that round if you pay attention to it, and that's interesting. That makes it fun to watch this stuff. What's going on, Meme Ranch? How you doing? I don't know if you're still here. I only just noticed you commented, but what's going on? You all like fucking six of you here should check out Meme Ranch. I did a podcast with them like years ago, like a year and a half, 2 years ago. They're pretty cool guys. Um, what was I gonna say? But Yeah, I mean that was an interesting round, and that's what I want to see from boxing is I want to see people having to overcome adversity, and that is what Carla's doing right now. I think I would maybe give her that round because she did have Taylor stumped for quite a bit of it. So it's one round Taylor. I'll be honest with you, the second round I'm not too sure about that one because there was a lot of skipping in my stream. Round three, I would probably give that to Carla Jade. We're gonna see how this fourth round goes. So like I said, Taylor's ooh, that was a you see Taylor's doing a good job of changing levels, rocking the body, and then coming up and finishing to the head, and that's what she just did. She stepped in, went bang bang, and then wham, right over the top of the head. And as I was saying, Taylor's starting to make these reads on those jab crosses up the middle. Um, George Floyd says I'm in such a bad mood, man. You should try. You should do Fent about it. Fucking, why are you in a bad mood though? Um, ooh, that was nice. You see, Carla's throwing those straights that were working for her. Taylor's pulling, and then she's swarming, which is good. You're seeing Taylor be a little bit more patient, which is good because it's showing a surprising amount of fight IQ from somebody who is typically more of a brawler. She typically will just walk forward and just swing, you know. That's pretty cool to see from Taylor Starling, I will say, you know. Looks like she may have eaten an uppercut in there, and then there was a glancing blow from Taylor. Ooh, that was a nice counter right hand from Carlo. It was short. I don't know if it did a ton of damage, but like what you're seeing, ooh, that was a nice counter right hand from Carla. You see, the issue with Carla right now is that even when she's landing, it's less that she's throwing a punch, right? That kind of hurt my that kind of hurt my shoulder there. I'm still recovering, but she's not like throwing a punch. There's no snap, you know. She's like she's like I don't even know if I could do it myself. I've been throwing punches for so long. It's like it's almost like she's just kind of reaching out and trying to touch. It's like a snap versus a reaching out and touch. And there's no real power behind that, you know? It's enough to disrupt whatever Taylor's trying to do in the moment if she does land, but she needs to start hurting Taylor. I believe there is one more round to this fight. I would assume there's one more round, and I would definitely give that round to Taylor. The strategy from the last round, it's not working as well as it was for Carla, although there have been moments for her. You see, and it just showed on the replay there was a straight right down the middle that caught Taylor right where it needed to. You want to aim here when you want to aim right here when you're throwing a cross down the middle like that. It landed right where it needed to. There's no reason that shouldn't have put Taylor on her ass. But it's because instead of a snap, she's pushing her punches. She's basically just trying to make contact, you know? Um, and if it's gonna work out in any way for her, she needs to make Taylor respect her power. You know, she looks like she's the bigger girl. Um, you can see it looks like there's a size difference between them, and Taylor is yeah. There's definitely now that I'm looking, there's definitely a size difference between them. Um, Carla is not just taller, she's bigger, she's wider. You know, that was a nice little short right hand in the clinch. There's another couple of shots from Carla on the inside. And apparently that's what Wade was saying was he needs more pop. He wants to see more pop in Carla's shots. You can't ask for that and get it in the middle of the fight. You have to train for that, you know. And it's one of the easiest things to do is to develop power. It's one of the easiest things to do. Because all it takes is just exercise is done really hard and really fast. That's it. You take a medicine ball, throw it at a wall as hard as you can, repeat, you know? Like it's partially mental. It's partially mental, it's partially muscular. It's ooh, that traded shots down the middle. Carla definitely got the best of that one. With her cross down the middle. But you don't develop power in the middle of the fight. You develop speed and power in the gym. And Carla Jade has either not been spending enough time in the gym, or her I almost said her opponents, her trainers are not pushing her enough, you know? Um and I mean, she's about to lose. I would assume they're gonna hand. I would assume after the end of this round, which we are at the end of the round, and that is the fight. I believe, yes, that is the fight. Um, yeah, Carla's losing her belt. She's losing her pretty little pink belt. Tony Soprano's mom. Yeah, that's pretty much my mom. Ah, I see. I had a mom similar to that too, and I'm sorry to hear that, man. My advice, not that you asked for it, would be to try and get away from her as soon as you possibly can. I got kicked out of my parents' house when I was 19 because my mother could not leave me alone, and my dad took her side because she's an emotional terrorist and he didn't want to have to deal with her shit. That's literally like, we had multiple conversations throughout my life where my dad was like, "Look, you can do it. I just don't want to hear from your mom. I just don't want to hear about it from your mom. Just don't do anything that your mom's going to want to fucking talk to me about it." Like, there was like a silent, not even, it wasn't even silent, it was just a quiet, it was a whispered agreement between my dad, my brother, and I that my mom was just a fucking kook, and there's no helping her. So yeah, just whatever, um it was tough for me, and I realized just how little all of my family gave a fuck about me. Because even though I was able to stay with like my aunt and my grandfather, I still spent nights on the street because I didn't get home at like 8 p.m. or something like that. And if I didn't wake up on time, like I just got kicked out of my parents' house like not even a week ago. Obviously I need some time to just be like, all right, fucking, like, what's my next move? And I'm getting treated like a fucking burden. It's like there's very much a when you getting out of here kind of attitude, Um is pretty fucked up. Pretty fucked up, I slept under bleachers at a football field a night or two. And it's for stupid shit. Like, instead of giving me a key to their house that I can use for the month or so that I'm gonna be there, they're like, "Get home by this time, or the door's gonna be locked because I'm gonna be in bed." And I get home at like 8:01 or something, you know, and the door's locked and they're in bed, and I'm trying to knock and I'm trying to call and I'm not getting an answer, like that type of shit. It's pretty fucked up, man. But enough about me. What about you? Yeah, like, what I was trying to say with that, I wasn't just trying to trauma dump. I was just giving you examples of like how fucked up my family life really was. Um, hold on. And still, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Nah, that's some bullshit. No, no, she didn't. Carla Jade had one good round. The Saudis or misfits or whoever had an interest in keeping her the champion, they made her still the champion, you know. Taylor Starling won that. That's some bullshit. Um I don't want to get like upset about influencer boxing, but that truly was like that truly is a crock of shit. That's bullshit, you know. Um anyway, anyway. Um yeah, like what I jeez, that's just fucking stupid. She's got a dumbass. She's got that dumbass. One of those dumb British accents. Not one of the cute ones, one of the dumb British accents. Um but yeah, um what was I saying? Oh yeah, the reason I went into me getting kicked out of the house was it was hard. It was really tough. But in the long run, it was the best thing for me. My parents are fucked up for what they did. My aunt and my grandfather, they're fucked up for the way that they treated me. God rest my grandfather's soul. Love the man to death, but if we're being honest here, yeah, that's fucked up the way he treated me. you know? Um, but in the long run, it was the best thing for me because it got me away from this kooky bitch. It got me away from this insane, stupid fucking idiot is what it did. I love my mom, but she's a dummy, you know? It's just the truth. Um I don't argue with her anymore. I know it's pointless, you know. It just is what it is, whatever, right? Um but when it comes to you, like if you can get out of there, you should definitely get out of there. You should definitely get out of there if you can. It might be tough, but if she's that bad, it's gonna be worth it. You know. Who won? Carla, whatever her name is, Carla Jade, I believe her last name was, which was bullshit. That was a crock of shit, honestly. Taylor did more damage. She landed more. She was more active. You know, like some of the punches that landed on her head were not even punches. Like for instance, it just showed a replay where Carla touched her glove to Taylor's head and then pushed. That's not a punch. A punch is that kind of impact. That is a punch. A punch is not touch and push. That would literally not be a scoring blow in any reasonable and reputable criteria for judging boxing. Any reputable judge would not look at that and think, that's a scoring blow. That's not how that works. You know, it's like holy shit. I mean, Tate Chase. No, they haven't fought yet. I don't know. Or are you asking me who's gonna win? I don't. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but like I don't like having to answer the like who's gonna win questions too much, because like I don't know who's gonna win. We'll figure that out when they fight. Um, but like if I had to guess, I'd say it's probably gonna be Andrew Tate. You know, why not? Why not? He's got every conceivable advantage. Excuse me. Um, I hear you, brother. There's no way to change or fix them. Just got to get away. Exactly. Especially if it's a woman in your life, you just got to get away a lot of the time. You can't like you gotta mitigate and get away. Like if I could go back and redo my childhood, I would lie to my mother a lot more, and I would pretend to do whatever she wanted me to do. And when she would yell at me, I would just be like, yeah, whatever, you know. And not because it's like, haha, yeah, that's right, but like literally because I did a lot of arguing with my mom that led to me getting kicked out. You see, my whole life was in high school. I had a crisis that put me out of school for quite a bit of my sophomore year. Then I had a surgery that put me out of school for even more time during my sophomore year. So I didn't have time to think what happens after high school. My almost my entire high school experience was, man, I need to try and catch up so that I can maybe graduate high school on time. Hopefully I can do that. Maybe I can. Hopefully I can at least. Um that is what high school was for me. And then after high school, I have all this pent up rage because of just years of arguing with my mom. So we have Dynamite Lopez versus Luis Garcia. Dynamite is 21, 6'1", 6'1", 146 pounds. Holy shit. And then Luis Garcia is 39 years old, 5'10", and he is 147 pounds. Luis Garcia sounds familiar. I feel like maybe I've heard of him from BKFC as well. A lot of these BKFC people do end up doing influencer boxing, but um that was my high school career. And then after high school, like I said, I didn't have any time or energy to think about what I wanted to do, but I did think, maybe I could become a culinary guy, because a culinary guy, a chef, because I do like cooking, and I still like cooking to this day. I love cooking, I love baking. It's something I've always enjoyed. I signed up for culinary school, but I didn't have a car to get there. And instead of my parents being like, "Hey, we're gonna try and like find a way to get you there," whether we have to drop you off or if you have to get rides or whatever. Instead of them helping me with that, they were just like, why don't you take a year off? My grandfather had a car that he didn't use. It was my Grammy's car, and it was obviously sentimental to him. But my Grammy had been dead for almost 7 years by the time I was gonna go to culinary school. There's no reason I couldn't borrow the car to get to culinary school and then drive it back after. There was zero reason I couldn't have done that, but he just didn't want to let me do it for no reason, just cuz, just fucking cuz. So I had to put off culinary school and I never went. So I spent the last however long up until now, up until 31 years old, not having any clue what the fuck I'm doing with myself. Just doing this MMA thing to stay busy, you know. Um and now I finally have an idea of what I'm going to do at the age of 31. Meanwhile, if they had just helped me a little bit, I would have been a chef by now. I would be running a kitchen by now, I bet. I would probably be an executive chef somewhere, you know? Um, and then to on top of that, in the middle of that quote unquote year off, these guys are both named Lopez. I just realized that it's Lopez versus fucking Lopez. Holy shit. But um like in the middle of that like year off, quote unquote, that my parents said that maybe I should consider taking, um I got kicked out. So not only was I like putting off schooling, now I can't even go to school because I'm so focused on just basic survival, just bare bones survival, you know? So when I talk about why when I talk about how hard my life is, that's why, you know. It's not that I like did tons of drugs and I'm not your average boomer burnout. I tried my best to be as good as I could and the system failed me. And not only did the system fail me, but my parents failed me in every conceivable manner. And that's why I'm the way that I am, trying to help people out. Whenever somebody asks a question, I try my best to give advice. And that's why I'm the kind of coach that I am. There's kids that I haven't had as students for years that I still go and I watch their wrestling tournaments. They did some jujitsu with me from the age of like 10 to 14. And when they got into high school, I was like, hey, maybe you should consider wrestling. And there's like 5 or 6 kids over the years that I got to wrestle and they left. They don't come back to me anymore. They just focus on wrestling, and it kind of hurts a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I cared about these kids. I love these kids, man. I guess they're young men at this point, but I love these young men. I tried my best to be a big brother to them, and I keep trying to be a big brother to them. On Wednesday, I went and I watched one of them wrestle, and he's the last one out of the like group of kids that I got from this high school to wrestle. All the other ones that I got to wrestle, they graduated. And when I showed up, he was so happy to see me. He runs across the gym, we dap up, and I'm just like asking him, hey, how's school going? Blah blah blah, we're just catching up. And he won his match, and like I had to leave soon after. So, I walk over to where they're all sitting on the bench, and I shake hands with them again. And I'm like, hey, that was really good. Good job, man. And he's like, hey, thank you for being here to see that. And like that means so much to me that it means so much to them, because it's like I remember being that age. And I'm sure a lot of these kids didn't have it as tough as I did, which I'm really happy about. But still, they had it tough because when you're that age, when you're between the ages of like 12 and 20, you're just learning how to be a man and you're learning how the world goes, and you're realizing that everybody wants something from you. There's nobody that loves you for you. Everybody just fucking wants something out of you, and they're just trying their best to get it from you. And they don't care about what's best for you and what's going to hurt you and things like that. They just want it. So you got to give it to them, is what they're trying to tell you. And I want to be somebody who doesn't want anything from these kids. If anything, all I want is for them to just try their best at whatever they're trying to do. That's it, you know? And that's why I show up to these kids matches even though they don't train under me anymore. Is because for one thing, I got them into it, but for another thing, I want them to know like, hey, just because you and I are not like coach student anymore, That doesn't mean that that doesn't mean I don't give a fuck about you. That doesn't mean that I'm done with you because you're gone. That's not what it is, you know? Like I don't want anything from you other than for you to be happy, healthy, and to grow up being the kind of man that you want and need to be. That's it. I don't I don't I don't care about you winning medals so that I look good as a coach. I don't care about you giving me anything that's I don't care. I don't care about it. Just be you, man. Take care of yourself. Don't end up like me. That's it, you know? It's so unfortunate, man. But anyway, we got Luis Lopez versus Dynamite Lopez. We're obviously going to use no, Luis Garcia. Oh, Luis they got Luis Garcia's name wrong. That's so fucking hilarious. That sucks for him. But anyway, Luis Garcia is in the blue and black, and Dynamite Lopez is in the gray. Okay, we'll call him Garcia and Dynamite. So far, Dynamite Lopez seems a little bit more fluid. He seems a little bit more comfortable. And it seems like Garcia is having a bit of a hard time figuring him out. He just looks a little stiff. He looks a little stuck in the mud. There's a cross up the middle from Lopez. You know, Lopez is a lot younger than Garcia. It's pretty clear what this is. It's an A side B side matchup. There's also a lefty versus righty matchup. Ooh, cross down the middle, followed by a thudding right hook from Dynamite Lopez. Like I was saying, it's pretty clear what this is. This is an A B match. This is an A side B side match where one guy is meant to win by spectacular fashion. It's what Nate Diaz described as wolf tickets when he was fighting George St. Pierre, I believe it was that left cross down the middle from Dynamite Lopez is that hurts to see. You know, you can tell that is not fun. It's nice, crisp, it's compact. He's turning into it nice. That is not fun to get hit by. And the way he's using it to set up that fucking that you know it's not it's the way he's setting up that right hook is beautiful. I'm loving the fuck out of how it looks. It just sucks that this is, like I said, a wolf tickets fight. There's an attempt at a cross up the middle from Dynamite from Garcia. Garcia needs to get around that long guard. He is much smaller than Lopez. He's trying to throw a cross down the middle specifically to the body, and it could work, but the issue is whenever he moves in, uh Lopez is using his right hand to frame, so he's got to knock that down. He's got to win the clash battle, and he's got to throw that cross, and he's got to use it to set up more punches. He can't just be on the outside stepping in throwing one punch down the middle. That's not the way it's got to work for him. That is one thing that Dynamite Lopez is doing a good job of. Is when Garcia does get in close, he's framing off of him to keep him out. Um, you know. But anyway, I apologize if you've answered this before, but if you tried discussing with your sibling what you went through, do they understand? They understand, but they were part of the problem. My brother was the favorite by a country mile, and he got away with a lot. Not like the typical, oh, my younger brother or sister gets away with murder, man. Like literally, he would torment me knowing that like my parents wouldn't do anything about it, and if I retaliated, they would like yell at me. It turned him into a bit of a sociopath, to be honest. Like he would do things explicitly because it was funny and entertaining to do so. There was no love in him. And he's emotionally stunted and underdeveloped to this day because of it, if I'm being honest with you. He started going to a therapist. Ooh, not it was across the body followed by a right hook. I don't want to trauma dump on you guys about my family completely and totally. I'm just like giving you backstory about me as to why I sometimes am the way that I am. Um, and it infects every aspect of my being, if I'm just being honest with you. I gotta call this, but I'll talk a little bit more about that after. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear that Garcia doesn't know what to do. It's not that he doesn't know what to do. It's that he's just not comfortable to do it. He got the dominant angle there, but he didn't make Lopez pay for it. Ooh, that was a nice rear hook from Lopez. Seemed like it landed behind the ear. Heard that thud. Ooh, that was a nice short left hook while moving back from Lopez. Lopez, like I like how Lopez boxes. He's nice and clean. He's crisp. You know, it's like I said though. He was paired up with somebody who's meant to be a punching bag. If we're just being honest here, that's what he's meant to be. That's what Luis Garcia is meant to be. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. There's a double jab followed by a cross to the body from Garcia. I don't think any of them landed. Ooh, short cross up the middle from Dynamite Lopez. Lopez is landing pretty much at will. Whenever he throws, he lands. He's picking shots, and he's been picking Garcia apart this entire time, and it's not it's not good. It's not good. You know. Oh, and there is what I believe a standing eight count. No, they waved it off. I saw something on my screen that distracted me, and I turned just in time to miss the fight ending, the fight ending sequence. Ooh, it wasn't just a fight ending sequence. It's that he threw in the towel. Garcia's corner threw in the towel. So yeah, for those of you that don't know, throwing in the towel is the corner wants the fight to stop, so they throw the towel in to signal that they want to stop the fight. They'll do it to protect the fighter because they feel that he's not being protected by the ref, and he's taking damage that he really should not be taking. Happens. Yeah, I mean it's like I said, it was fun to see the technical prowess of Dynamite Lopez. That was some really clean boxing. And that's the kind of boxing that when you talk about technical boxing, that's the kind of boxing people want to see. That was exciting. That was exciting seeing that. Um would you get your jaw broken into pieces for 100 million, dude? 10 million, a million. What? Why not? Why not? You know? Um doesn't read like trauma dumping. Trauma dumping isn't real. Well, I mean, if trauma dumping isn't real, bitching about your childhood is. you know I don't want to be that guy who's constantly just bitching about his childhood, but I'm just like explaining to you guys like why I am the way that I am. If you see the trajectory of my brother and we went in completely different directions, and he's even a lot more confident than I am in terms of being able to talk with people. Me, I stay quiet. I watch, I wait, I listen, because I got used to when I open my mouth to speak, somebody is going to be like, "Dude, shut the fuck up, dude." I'm going to get like treated extremely poorly even when I'm right most of the time, you know? So I got used to just like watching and waiting and listening to determine whether or not someone is worth it for me to even speak to, you know? Um but yeah, like I said, I don't want to trauma dump on you guys a ton. When it comes to my brother, he and I are cool now. It's all good. It's whatever. But every now and again he says something to me that's just like I want to be like, you know how fucking weird that is? Like he got his heart broken for the first time at the age of 28. Like he's had plenty of girlfriends over the years. He had a 5 year relationship with a girl that I was not a big fan of, if I'm being honest with you. And I'm glad they're not together anymore. But there was this that was a championship bout. They wanted to give this guy a championship belt is what happened. They wanted to hand this guy a title. They wanted him to walk in and they'd just be like, "Here you go, teehee." That's what that was. You got to be fucking kidding me. Misfits really is a bullshit. it's it's the Wulin Fung of boxing in the West. If you know about Wulin Fung, WLF, they're a Chinese kickboxing organization, and they're known for some pretty shady matchups and shady decisions and shady practices. That's where Yi Long fought. But anyway, um, what's going on, Shy? What's going on, Shy Connox? How you doing? Um, the fights have started. We're in the middle of the second fight of the night, and I believe there's like three or four more fights, maybe even five more fights before the main event. The main event starts at 5 p.m. EST. It is a little bit before 2 p.m. EST. But yeah, what I was saying about my brother is like he's had girlfriends and stuff like that, but like he's always just been on the offensive where he's just like, nah, I don't care. Nah, I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. And that's because he had the world at his in his hand as a child. Everything was easy come, easy go to him because he never had to fight for anything. So he never really understood like how bad things can get and how like awful people can treat you and stuff like that, specifically women. Me, because I didn't have that love from my parents, I looked for love in the form of like girlfriends and stuff like that, and because of that I would love hard. I would be clingy, if I'm being honest with you, and a girl would leave and I'd be like, no. My brother's 28 and he's telling me that for the first time he has had his heart broken because this girl was all over him. She was like, "Oh, dude, you're great. You're great. I love you. You're so great. Yeah, you rule." Um, and then like out of nowhere, bang, she just flipped. She just hot to cold, and she's got this other guy now that she's doing that with, and that was enough for him at the age of 28 to be like, "Woo." Yeah, it's like, yo, by the age of 20, if my wife left me, if my wife came home and was like, I'm leaving you, that would hurt bad. But I wouldn't need to go to a fucking therapist over it. If I'm being honest with you, I wouldn't even fight her on it because at the age of 31, I know like if somebody doesn't want to be with you, you're better off just letting them go as much as it hurts. And that's just that. And it's going to be fine. It hurts now. It's going to be fine. You don't need therapy, Scott. You need to just move on with your life. And that's like, people will be like, well, I mean, it made you stronger, right? It kind of made you stronger, didn't it? It fucking sucked. My life sucks. my, my, my life, I have a hard life, much harder than I should have had because of all that shit when I was a child. I would rather be 28 years old getting my heart broken for the first time and I got to go to therapy over it and have a good job as an electrician and I just bought a condo. My brother has a condo now in a nice town. I live in a roach infested apartment with my in-laws and a dog that can't even see. Like I would take that and be like crying over a girl at the age of 28. You know, it's like fuck, man. Holy shit, man. Fuck. You got any free link to the fight? Somebody told me about this like shrimp site or something like that you definitely should not go to. I'm telling you for your own good. Like only do the Rumble. Only do Rumble. All right. And I'll give you the Rumble site. I just got to go over and I got to check it. One sec. Um Yeah, so just go to the Rumble website. Just go to the Rumble website and pay the $99 and you'll be able to see this stream. Somebody I'm going to give you the warning somebody else gave me. Don't go to shrimpstreams.live because if you go there, that's an illegal stream. And you need to make sure that you're not doing that because that is illegal. So, you could get in trouble for that. And more importantly, it takes money out of the pockets of billionaires. So, definitely don't go to shrimpstreams.live. Don't do that. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. You know? Scott took all the hard knocks and became a champion. Lonely road. Like, truthfully, That's part of the reason why I never went anywhere with my fighting career. Um, I stuck around in an environment, my gym. I stuck around at my gym. It's Ty Emery versus Pearl Gonzalez coming up. Pearl Gonzalez is a cutie. I gotta say I'm a pretty big fan of her. Um, very attractive young lady. But what I was saying is like everything, and that's why it's so important to me that I don't do this with my kids, and again that I be the kind of coach that I am to the kids that I coach. Everything from your childhood and your young adult life will affect you later on in life, both directly and indirectly. you know when I first got into MMA, like I said, I didn't have a good job. I didn't have a career that I was working towards. There was nothing like that at all. So I was forced to go to a gym that was in the middle of my hometown. And there aren't any good MMA gyms in my hometown. And I'm still at this gym, if I'm being honest with you. I'm still there, and I'm getting ready to leave. I'm sometime next year, halfway through, three quarters of the way through, I'm gonna be moving out of state because you can't survive here. But um, I got roped in to this environment by a guy who I thought had my back and I thought was going to try and help me to set up for success, and he was no help to me at all. And to be fair, it's 37 versus 39. So Ty Emery is 37, 5'3", 124 pounds. Pro Gonzalez is 39, 5'4", 125 pounds. Pro Gonzalez looks pretty good for a 39-year-old, I've got to say. But I thought this guy had my back in a way that was going to help me to set myself up for success in the fight game. I was wrong. And because I was always looking for love and I didn't know what real love actually was, I just reacted positively to his lack of screaming all the time because he's not a screamer. He's actually a really, really nice guy, if I'm being honest with you, but there's just issues that he has, you know? Um, he's not a screamer. He'll give you things, but it's like paltry things. Like he gave me a pair of MMA gloves, and that was like how our relationship started. Um, and he won't give you the training and the tools that you need to actually succeed. There's been so many people that I've known over the years who they go to that gym and they leave, and after they leave they become world champions. There's a girl that I used to train with. She has won multiple IBJJF worlds, multiple Pan Ams and stuff like that. um there's another girl that I actually just heard from recently who is now world ranked in Brazilian Jiu Jitsu. There was a guy who was going there when I first started who made the UFC, and now he fights in BKFC. Um, Everybody who went there and left was like they were successful in MMA. Those who tried, those who were like, hey, let's really give this shit a try. Me, I thought I was doing the right thing by sticking with somebody who was like nice to me. Literally, that's all it was just nice to me. And because of that, like I said, I'm 31 years old. My career never panned out. I'm stuck teaching classes for this guy when like I should still be training. I don't want to fight like I used to because I know how the game is, but if by this time I had like a career that was worthwhile, if I had like 15, 20 fights pro, I'd still be fighting because why not? I'm in for a penny, in for a pound, right? You might as well. But I don't have a pro career, so if I fight again, it's gonna be like one pro fight, maybe two. Maybe I'll do like a boxing and then an MMA just to say that I fought pro in both of those. And I'll be really careful to handpick an opponent where I'm gonna be an A side and the other guy's gonna be a B side. That's how we'll do it. That's how we're gonna do it. Um, but yeah, like it all plays into each other. It all plays into each other. it all plays into the next thing. It all matters. None of it is something that's just like a kind of thing. Kids don't always bounce back. They just keep on living their lives, but the scar will be there. And I'm not old, but I'm old enough to look back at my life, and there's a kind of significant amount of time there. And there's enough time for me to notice patterns and how I was never going to succeed because of things that were planted into my psyche, but then also things there were also things that were you know they were just I was not allowed to succeed. I was led astray. The blind were leading the blind, or somebody who knew what I wanted used that to gain my trust, and then they never actually delivered on it after I did everything for them. You know, it's really unfortunate, man. You know. And like I said, I don't want to trauma dump, but we're talking about the subject of like crazy parents, crazy upbringings. And I'm giving you an example, my own example of how crazy parents, shitty environments, the system failing you, all of that will lead to failure in you, you know? I didn't have that sense of self to recognize that just because somebody's being nice to me, it doesn't mean they care. Because so many people had been shitty to me that I just was like, well, if this person's nice, that means they're actually my friend. you know? Um, but yeah, it just sucks. You know? You were sabotaged. Exactly. I was sabotaged by everybody around me, you know? I did not learn what love was until I was 30, 31. I was like, what the fuck is this feeling? Exactly. I feel thank you very much, Stephen Da Vinci. Stephen Dan Vic, 6R7. Thank you very much for the follow on kick. Thank you very much for that, sir. Um oh, okay. This guy is a actually this guy's a bot. Never mind. Never mind. I take the thank you back. I gotta deactivate the kick follow thing. I have it deactivated for everything, um, other than kick right now. All right, so here we are: Ty Emery versus Pearl Gonzalez. Pearl Gonzalez ate a right hand right over the top. There's action immediately from these girls. There's a jab from Ty Emery that looked like it hurt a little bit. It was kind of a glancing blow, but it glanced in a way that you could see her head kind of snapped a little bit. Kind of high energy start from these girls right now. Ty Emery doing most of the work, but Pearl, trying to slow it down with that jab. And that's a good idea. You want to throw a nice steady jab. She should be throwing it in twos and threes if she can, and she should be pairing it with movement. She should be jabbing out, jabbing in circles, is what she should be doing if she wants to slow this fight down. Talking about Pearl Gonzalez. Pearl has landed a couple of those jabs, though. She's being nice and patient, nice and calm. There's a jab cross followed by a cross up the middle from Pearl. Looked like at least one of those landed. There's a jab from Pearl as well. Ty Emery, big swing and a miss. Pearl lands a short jab. Another jab from Pearl doesn't really land. So Pearl's output is increased, but it's not as wild. Again, she's, taking her time. She's being patient. She's kind of picking her shots a little bit. Um, There's a jab to the body followed by an overhand from Ty Emery. The jab landed, overhand didn't. There's a cross that lands from Ty Emery. Other than that, it's just kind of a flurry of punches that didn't really land. Some shots to the body from Pearl Gonzalez when Ty went for the Ty plum. No pun intended, of course. So Ty Emery's going jab to the body, followed by overhand. I wonder if she game planned that specifically for Pearl Gonzalez. I don't know if Pearl has a habit of dropping her left hand or something like that, but I guess we'll see. Considering how Pearl's throwing her jab right now, it is a good idea to go for that counter jab to the body from Ty. She already looks like she's slowing down a little bit though. Her punches, that last little exchange that they were in before the bell, it looked like her punches were a lot slower, a lot stiffer. Pearl Davis, yes, Pearl Davis. I'd love to see Pearl Davis fight, but she's not a fighter. honestly, like Pearl Davis is a lady. Um, I know she gets shit because of her looks. She's literally, if not as tall as, she's probably taller than me. Um, and yeah, like she said it herself. She was born chopped. um Whatever, it is what it is. I was I think I was born a little chopped myself, but I wasn't as bad as I was. That's another thing I'll explain about my childhood after, the psychological side of that. Now that I think of it, I don't want to get into it right now, but Pearl Davis, like the way she moves, the way she speaks, the way she presents, it's very ladylike in a refreshing way. And I kind of appreciated it being around her. It was just she was pleasant. She was a lot more pleasant than I expected her to be. I actually did not like Pearl Davis until I met her. Yeah, she's actually not that bad. Um, I will say it's annoying that she tries to monetize all of her time. I asked her if I could interview her, and she was like, I charge a fee, right?" And I was like, "Well, how much?" And she was like, 5,000. I was like, yeah, I don't got that. Good luck though. Maybe one day we'll meet again, I guess, No, no hate. It's just like, man, I wanted to get to know the real Pearl, you know? Wanted to get to know the real Pearl. But anyway, we are in the middle of round 2 right now, and there's not been too much action. There's a it's funny. These girls, like specifically Pearl Gonzalez, she's like Instagram model who boxes. That's kind of her thing. But she's a lot more skilled than that what the chick the girl from the first fight is. But you can see she's still kind of pushing her punches a little bit. There's a little bit more snap on both of their punches, but it's not as much snap as I would have expected, as I would have hoped to see. Because like I said, I've seen Ty Emery fight in BKFC before, that is one thing with Taylor Starling. She is nice and fast, and she's powerful. She really knows how to generate that speed and power. Brittany Venti's cool. I've never met Brittany Venti. I'd like to make her acquaintance. I feel like she wouldn't like me very much though, because she kind of reminds me of Letty a little bit. And people like me and Letty, we don't really gel. Ooh, there's a nice right hand, followed by another right hand and another right hand down the middle from Pearl Gonzalez in the middle of that exchange. Um, Yeah, so I mean, I think the first round was Pearl was I almost called her Pearl Davis. Pearl Gonzalez. I don't know about the second one. But yeah, like I like Letty, don't get me wrong, I never hated Letty. I never disliked Letty, but like Letty is just the kind of person with the kind of personality that you see they're showing the replay that I just mentioned about the three crosses down the middle. But um me, like, I like Letty. I think she's cool, but like her personality and mine just don't mesh. She's a nonsense person, and I don't mean that to denigrate. I mean, like, she'll joke around. She likes to dance and like laugh at things that I don't like to laugh at and have fun. I'm a very no nonsense person. It doesn't mean I'm humorless. It just means that, like, I'm not gonna break out into a dance to be like, to like joke and stuff like that. That's I'm not gonna do that. It'd be weird if I did something like that. I'm not a girl. you know. Um, but yeah, like I feel like Brittany Venti would probably not like me very much because she would not like my no nonsense attitude. Now, this jab up the middle from Ty Emery that lands, kind of a stiff jab. Um, I like Lydia, except when she came at your neck, thought it was too dominating and distracting from the opportunity you had. What do you mean by that, Zach? Um, anyway, so there's a cross followed by a jab. Yeah, you see, Pearl Gonzalez is basically just throwing arm punches at this point. I think this is Ty Emery's chance to really pick it back up. She's gonna have to get around that jab, because that jab cross from Pearl is really damaging. It's not damaging, but it stops Ty from doing anything. There's a nice, what looked like a short left on the way in from Ty Emery. Couple of body shots from Ty there as well. I don't know. She might be starting to pick up. She might be starting to figure Pearl out, you know? Pearl is kind of fighting one dimensional right now, if I'm being honest, but it is working in the way that she needs it. What I think Ty needs to do is a little bit more head movement before, during, and after punches. She'll change levels to throw, and then she'll sit there at that level she changed at. She needs to go like level change, head movement during the level change, head movement back. She needs to go head movement, you know, hook, head movement, uppercut, level change, right? That's what she needs. She can't just, it can't be one dimensional head movement where it's like, all right, throw a cross hook to the body and stay there. It's got to be active, you know. That felt like a quick round. I got to be honest with you. I didn't, you know, there wasn't a whole lot, you know. I did a little bit of armchair coaching there, you know. Um, she just started opening her mouth on screen and online unnecessarily while you were trying to create content or an audience. Felt like she was competing. Um, well, I mean, yeah, like if we're being honest here, she went on the Get Fucked With show and got fucked with, and she's like mad. She was kind of mad at me for it, but part of that was also Jet and Ben putting her up to it too. Like she didn't go in there to start shit with me because she wanted to. Like she got sent in there in that, like, I was doing jujitsu with Claire thing. She got sent in there by Jet and Ben, and she got fed some lines to use, and you can tell when she stops using the lines that she was fed and she starts really trying to come at me with how she felt, because I was doing a really good job at like stumping her, you know? Um so Ty Emery's going to the body, you know, she's had success there. It's a good idea, you know. It's like I said though, she really needs to make sure that head movement is not one dimensional. She ate a few there trying to go to the body. I'd like to see her fake low and start going high, you know. Oh, read my question above if you're willing. Which question? Could you repost the question, Zach? I'm just curious. 3 hours and 45 minutes to go for the fight. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. We're gonna be here a while today, gentlemen, which is good. You know, I haven't had a long stream in a while. Most of my streams have been 2 to 3 hours. You know, it'll be nice to have like a 4 to 5 hour stream where I can just kind of like chill and do my thing. Um, it's pissing doon. It's sunny here. It's sunny here in jolly old New England. Ooh, that was a nice uppercut to the body from Pearl Gonzalez. It looked like that actually kind of hurt Ty Emery a little bit. You saw it land and she kind of doubled over a little bit, you know? Um, um, I'll see if I can all right. Ooh, that was a nice cross from Pearl Gonzalez. A few like slapping punches. Now, I wouldn't even call those punches. They were just like slaps, like arm slaps. Literally doing that when Pearl was moving in from Ty Emery. Anyway, I don't even know who's winning this fight. I would assume it's pretty even because they're having rounds where like one will take over and the other will do better the next one. Scott, if you're hyper independent, a common consequence of abuse, trauma, loss of trust from bad experiences in relationships, are you resigned to this aspect of personality, or are you working to repair it? Yeah, I mean, you can do whatever you want personality wise, but it's going to be incredibly tough. I have accepted certain aspects of my personality while also changing ones that I have an easier time to change. Um like it's a lot easier for me to talk to people. I just have no interest in it, you know. I can talk to people, I can do it, but I'd rather not. But I can, and I will, you know. It used to be like I can't talk to people. It's just quiet. Somebody asks me a question, very short answer, you know. Yeah, no. I guess back to silence. I can conversate now. I used to not be able to conversate, you know. Um, but yeah, you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. You just got to really put the work in, and it's not going to be easy all the time. You know, one of the hardest things is getting over that mental block that you have. You know, but yeah, like with Letty, I just didn't appreciate that she was willing to come in and say behind the scenes stuff, because like the whole you show up uninvited. It's like, no, I was invited. They told me before Bitch Tank started, hey, this is we want you to play this role. So I'd show up whenever I had some spare time, because I figured, hey, maybe they want me to play that role. I have this thing going on with this Haley chick, why don't we see how far we can push that? Haha. I didn't appreciate that, even if it was a fed line. It's like she should have said no, because there's plenty of things that I saw behind the scenes that I could throw her and other people under the bus for. Nothing like if I ever saw anything that was that beyond the pale, I would not associate. You know, I know there's rumors and shit that go around about, like, what this person or that person's doing or did, or what they were involved in or whatever. I get it, right? I never saw anything myself, but I did see instances of, like, someone said this, someone did that. Oh, this person is really comfortable with that person. Oh, hey, did anyone see this person and that person? They were here and now they're not. And 45 minutes later, they're back, and, like, huh, interesting. Like that type of shit. Like, I could have easily been like, oh, I show up uninvited. Well, what's funny, Letty, is that the other day I could have done that, but I chose to be the bigger man. You know, that's the only thing that really made me upset about the whole Letty thing. Whether it was she was like, yeah, I want to say this, or if Jet and Ben were like, Letty, go in there and say this. You know. Um, I like your stream. I like your stream, Scott. Honestly, man, you made me feel better. No homo. Hey, no homo, man. I'm glad you feel. I'm glad you feel better, dude. For real. Life is hard. People are gonna try and make it harder on you. Much of the time, they don't even mean it. They're just trying to make their lives easier on themselves. All we can do is just try and make our lives as easy on us as possible. You know, I try my best to not sacrifice anybody else for the sake of having life be easier for me. You know, Unfortunately, it does happen every now and again, and when it does, I feel kind of shitty. You know, um, but yeah, it is what it is. Do you think Chase is gonna win? Nah, I don't think Chase is gonna win. I think Chase is done for. You know, I think I think Chase is done for. There, it's like I've said. Andrew Tate, if you pay attention to his boxing career, his not just his kickboxing career, excuse me, he never takes fights with people who are actually threatening to him. He will never take a fight with somebody who is a threat to him. That is why, like I said, he was like 70 fights into his career, and he was fighting dudes with less than 10 fights. You should not be 70 fights into your career and taking fights with dudes who have less than 40 or 50 fights in their career, you know? But that's why his what was his thing? What was his stuff? His record. I want to see Andrew Tate fight record 86 fights. He has 76 wins and 9 losses with 1 draw. 32 of his victories coming by knockout. Like, he multiple weight classes including cruiserweight and light heavyweight, and he held titles such as the ISKA World Full Contact Light Cruiserweight and Infusion Live World Cruiserweight Championship. Nobody knows or cares about Infusion. They're not a reputable, or at least they're not a world class promotion. They're probably not even a world regional promotion. And what I mean is, like, Cage Warriors. That's a regional promotion it's not just like a region of the UK. It's like literally like that's like Europe's UFC essentially. Um Cage Fury Fighting Championships, CES MMA. They're regional promotions, but they're more prestigious when it comes to the types of promotions they are. So he basically won like a CES cruiserweight title, is what he did. And then ISKA has been a joke since the 70s. The ISKA, International Sport Karate Association, I believe it's called. It's it's they suck. They'll sanction anything, and that's part of the issue, you know. And what I'm saying is Andrew Tate is fighting Chase Demoor because he knows it's an A side B side thing. It's A side versus B side, you know. Um, So my totally legit stream is fucking up right now. I gotta wait and see if it'll unfuck itself. Have either of your parents ever apologized? My mother woke up a couple of years ago. Says she says I saved her. Very remorseful. My father apologized to me for the first time I can remember 2 days back. My dad's Irish. He doesn't even know how to say I love you. I had that crisis, and I almost didn't make it out of that crisis. If you understand what I'm saying. And when I almost didn't make it out, I saw my dad, and he couldn't even say "I love you, son." Like he said, "We want you around." They legit like that's just my dad. He's Irish like that, you know. I don't even know how like I'm very open and I'm very honest and I'm very expressive to you guys. I don't know how I'm gonna do it with my kids. Genuinely, I've been thinking about it, and it's like fuck. I don't know if I can hug my child. I don't know if I have that in me. you know, like I practice it right now. I'm not even a dad. I'm not gonna have kids for at least another year or two, and I don't even know what the fuck I'm gonna do. I'm practicing having to say like, hey, I love you, son. Literally, I'll think about it and I'll practice like saying, I love you, son. I love you, son. you know, that's how bad it is, bro. That's how fucking bad it is, dude. Don't be don't be like our eldest. That's the solution. What do you mean by that? MMK for life. Do we have Discord link? I don't have a Discord link. My stream is getting better, but it's still kind of fucked up. And yeah. So Pearl Gonzalez won that. She is now the whatever champion for Misfits. Good for her, I guess. Apparently they're setting up a fight between her and the girl from the first fight of the night. I guess that's what it is. You need a Discord, Scott. I have a Discord server. I'll post my Discord server. In the comments. So let me go ahead and snatch that up real quick. Let me just snatch that bad Larry right up. Snatch him up. I don't really do anything, you know. I don't really do anything in there though. I'm gonna say. Um, so sorry if you jump in there thinking I'm gonna be in there or somebody's gonna be in there all the time and we're all gonna be yucking it up. We're not. we're not. It doesn't mean you can't post and I'm not gonna respond. Whenever somebody responds, I tend to say hello and I'll talk to them about whatever they're talking about. But you know, you know. Oh, love your kids, brah. That's how you build a legacy. Yeah, I look forward to having kids, family is extremely important to me. I look back, over my family tree and I see so many great men who took part in history, Um, and I want to make them proud. I believe in a heaven. I believe in God, Christ is my savior. He's everybody's savior, not to get too religious here, you know. But I believe that, I will be able to unite with the other Sullivan men um, one day if I do the right thing. And I want them I want them to be proud. I want them to say, "Hey, you did a good job." And, you did what you thought was right. You stood up for what you needed to stand up for, and you stuck your neck out when it mattered, and we're proud of you. That's what I want from them. I want to be someone who deserves that. And with my kids, I want to be someone who can push them in the direction they need to go. You know, I want to help them, not hurt them. Um, am I gonna stream this? If I stream it, I'll get copyright claimed. What's going on, Lexi? How you doing? Um, I think if I were a kid, I would appreciate seeing my father stream from before I was born to understand what he dealt with. I understand you were considering ending your channel, however. Yeah, I mean, if I ended my channel, it starts at 5. To everybody who keeps asking, it starts at 5 p.m. The fight starts anyway. Um, like yeah, like these streams will still be available most likely. I'm not just gonna take them down for the fuck of it. That's not how I'm gonna do it. Um, but yeah, another thing that happens, right? Another low key thing that I only just started figuring out. Um, Sorry, one sec. Yes. No, 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 no. Get the fuck out of here. There we go. Anyway, like one of the other issues that I had growing up was that, one, I thought I was a lot more chopped than I was, and two, I didn't realize how big I am. I'm like a big scary dude. And I never realized that until one day I was standing next to somebody who I thought was about my size, and I realized I'm like a head taller than him, and I'm like almost twice as fucking wide as he is, just the way that I'm built. I really am built like a fucking Celtic warrior. Like, I have that phenotype where you would expect me to be running naked into battle with woad on my face, or like hiding in the forest, waiting for the legionaries to walk through the path so that we can ambush them. Like, I really do have that phenotype, you know. And it doesn't help that I also am not that expressive. I'm kind of just stone faced. My eyebrows don't move. you know, it doesn't help. And I didn't realize how intimidating I am. I didn't realize how scary I was, and I didn't realize that I'm not the worst looking guy that you've ever seen. Like, yeah, I'm not like fucking Fabio over here, but like, I have like a good skeletal structure. My jaw is square. I have hunter eyes. I have hunter eyes. My eyebrows, like I'm not completely ugly. And like, that's I grew up under the impression that, one, I'm just like ugly as shit as a man. you, you know, you know, and then two, that I'm not physically imposing. And part of it is because I see dudes like Sam Hyde, right? Like, Sam is almost a head taller than me, but Sam is like a fucking giant, you know? He's an anomaly. People like Sam and Harley Morenstein and a lot of these dudes that are like 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", those are dudes that are like that's not the average, you know? Even I'm above average, but I'm not that above average. So I saw these dudes who were way above average, and I was like, no, I'm not tall, that's tall. I'm not big, that's big, you know? Um and it fucked with my self-esteem in a couple of different ways, because for one thing, I'm thinking people are scared, people are fucking scared shitless of me, and I'm scared shitless of people. you know I'm not realizing that, like, no, actually these people are intimidated by me. I'm sitting here like, dude, that guy looks like he might want to hurt me. Oh no. Oh, I better not mess with that guy. And he's looking at me like, holy fucking shit, dude. Oh, damn. Damn, bro. Oh. that guy means business. That's what the other dude's thinking about me, you know. Um, and then like I'm looking at myself with my red hair, and I'm like, oh, fucking, like who would want to date me, you know? Like, yeah, sure, hairline's receded and I'm overweight, but if I lost weight, like I would look pretty damn good. And I'm going to lose weight. Like it's going to happen, you know. But like you were the ginger character The Office needed. I never really watched The Office, you know. I never really watched The Office. Sam was gassed in his match. To be honest, cardio sucked. Yeah, cardio for heavyweights is always a problem. It was a problem for Thompson too. You know, Thompson was just as tired, and if not more tired. I think it was the cardio that did both of them in, and Sam just dug. He dug just a little bit deeper than Thompson did. You know, and then that was that third round. Um, brother, I looking for the fight. I mean, it's like I said, that shrimpstreams.live website is illegal and you should not use it. I'm just telling you in case somebody tried to slide that your way, don't use it because it's illegal. Yeah, I guess you could watch the fight there, but you'd be breaking the law, so don't do it. All right. Um, like downloading VPNs, that's a lot of work. It's a lot of work and you got to pay like $12 for it or something instead of paying the $99 to just watch it the legal way. It's so much easier to just pay the $99 and watch it the legal way and you're fine and you're good. Definitely don't go to shrimpstreams.live and watch there. Don't do that cuz that's illegal. Um Scranton is trash. Yeah, I heard Delaware is surprisingly shitty from what I understand, which Delaware is one of those states that you forget exists. Like when I think of the East Coast, I think of like the Carolinas, I think of Florida, I think of Maryland, Virginia, I think of New York, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Maine. Like I could name all those states, and there may even be one that I'm missing or something like that, other than Delaware. But Delaware, New Jersey, Delaware is just like who the fuck goes to Delaware? But apparently it's actually pretty shitty. It's kind of dangerous in a lot of their cities. It's a little weird, you know. Why don't we just send all the troublemakers to Delaware? Have Joe Biden deal with them. Scranton Joe, you know. Um Baby penguins were old where old Pittsburgh Penguins go to die. Um man, Amir Anderson already fight? No, no, I don't believe so. I don't know if he's up next. It might be another girl fight. I could be wrong. I don't know what the actual card is. I'll check out Misfits and I'll see if I can find it. Bada bing, bada boom. One moment. I'm just looking for the thing and the stuff. Um I guess Jack Doherty threw hands with fucking Andrei Arlovsky. A bunch of Zoomers are getting fucked up by Andrei Arlovsky. That's pretty hilarious. Tons of like a whole group of Zoomers. One of them was Jack Doherty. He got beat up by Andrei Arlovsky. That is pretty hilarious. I don't know if it was staged or not. Maybe it was staged, but that is pretty funny to see Andrei Arlovsky. That is pretty funny to see Andrei Arlovsky get into a fight with a bunch of dumbass Zoomers. Um, yeah, there we go. Misfits boxing. Do. One moment. Sorry. All right. So here we have the fight card. Um, dude, this that whole thing where they show you who shared stuff is annoying. So yeah, we have Cashman Anderson versus Joe Laws up next. Then it's Nick LMAO versus Ben Williams. Then it's Niraj Goyat versus Anthony Taylor. Then it's Dean the Great versus Amado Vargas. Then it's Tony Ferguson versus Warren Spencer. So who were you asking about? Who were you asking about? Whoever was asking that. Um, Shout out my ginger brother. Thank you very much, Dax7. Appreciate it. Um, Pennsylvania won World War II, though. There is no USA without Pennsylvania. Why do you say that, CPT? Oh, Amir Anderson. Oh yeah. So Amir Anderson's up next. He's coming up next. Excuse me. Jeez, Louise. Jeez, Louise. In my day, Arlovsky was the man. Yeah, it's crazy how long Andrei Arlovsky was in the game for it at such a high level. You know, he ain't someone you want to fuck with. He ain't nothing to fuck with. You know. But what I was talking about with like my looks and everything like that, um, like that is we have tail of the tape here. Amir Anderson, 21, 6'1", 159 pounds. And then there's Joe Laws. He is 30, standing at 5'9", weighing in at 159 pounds. Interesting. Usually when there's a big age gap, it kind of tells you what's going on. Like I said, there is an A side and there is a B side, and the A side is going to usually be the younger guy. So it would not surprise me one bit to find that this is a Wolf Tickets match. But what I was saying with the what I was saying with the a little over 2 hours, Frangerson. A little over 2 hours till the fight. Um, but yeah, what I was saying is like with the whole looks thing, you if you are instilled with that like loser mentality, you will even start to have like a real like it'll have an effect literally on what you see in the mirror. It's insane. You will not be seeing what is actually true about yourself in the mirror. It's crazy, you know. But anyway, I want my fucking fight. Yeah, I want my fight too. Fucking it is like a good card should not have more than 5 fights total on it. A good main card should never have more than 5 total fights on it. Um, Thank you very much, Zach, for removing those. I appreciate that. Um, there is one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. There are 9 total fights on this entire card. Oh, excuse me. And there's never a reason for more than 5 fights on a main card. You know, is the bottom line. Pittsburgh has been liberal, Dem, and Jewish since World War II. Ah, interesting. Pennsylvania is a big state, though. I feel like it's probably like what I would like to do is finish what I'm trying to do to be able to have a remote job so that I can move somewhere that is going to be nice and easy living. That is what I would like to do. Pennsylvania apparently is one of the places you do that right now. I would love to move to like southern Pennsylvania where it's warmer for longer, but you still get the winter time with the snow, you know? The winters are shorter and they're a little bit warmer. I would love the fuck out of that. That would be exactly what I want. And I would love to move to a little area that's like nice and so it's nice and just like I went to Lincoln, New Hampshire a few weeks ago. Lincoln, New Hampshire. I really enjoy it there. I wouldn't want to live there year round all the time, completely and totally, forever and ever necessarily. But um I would like to I would like to live somewhere like that a little bit, you know. When's the fight? It's 5 p.m. It is at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Um I have a remote system for anyone to make sure they live remotely. What do you mean MMK? I'm curious about what you mean by that. Do you mean work remotely? And you know, they can work wherever they live? Because if you have like a roadmap, if you have like something that would aid somebody in that, I would definitely be interested in hearing about that for sure. You know, if you want to hit me up on Instagram or Twitter or wherever, you know, can see up here. There's Instagram and Twitter, or if you want to hit me up on Dick Sword, the mighty Dick Sword, I would appreciate that. Um, but yeah, um, Tiff, you're not ugly. You're not ugly, but you're nothing women get wet for. I feel the pain exactly. You know, most men are average, but the way women judge stuff, the way women judge stuff, they would consider us to be ugly. But like, there's gonna be women that are attracted to us. We wouldn't be shoved into the incel thing. We wouldn't be incels necessarily. But it's not like we walk into the room and all the girls go, "Whoa," you know. That's whoa, whoa. The all the all the girls aren't doing that, you know. Um, so yeah, it could be worse. Could definitely be worse. Could definitely be worse. You know. Excuse me. Um, what was I gonna say? What was I gonna fucking say? Yeah, like one of the things about women that they don't ever want to hear, and that like if you say, people will be like, you fucking gay, dude, you fucking gay, dude, if you're gay, just say so. Most women are not that good either. Like, most women are just not that good when it comes to sex, when it comes to like being someone to talk to. And we have Joe Laws coming out with some wild swings right out the gate. Swing and a miss by country miles. And Amir Anderson is just circling right now on the outside of the ring. You know, very, very smart idea. There's no reason to, as the taller guy, there's no reason to take part in that kind of behavior, you know? Um, so, so Joe Laws is getting a warning for leading with his head, but there's nothing wrong with that. If anything, it should be Amir Anderson getting a warning for clinching. You know, nobody should be getting a warning, but if you're going to warn somebody for something, technically what Amir Anderson is doing is illegal, you know. I don't believe in the whole don't clinch, don't hold on to the other guy. Clinching is part of boxing, and you should be allowed to fight in the clinch, in my opinion. In modern Marquis of Queensberry rules, I 100% believe that, you know. Um, I don't even think they refer to it as Marquis of Queensberry, but you know, I'm just using that as a means to differentiate between bare knuckle boxing. So what I'm liking right now from Anderson is that he's switching levels. He's going jab to the head, cross to the body, hook to the head, and he's doing it from range. There is a significant height difference and reach difference between these two right now, and he's doing a good job of keeping Laws on the outside. Though Laws did just make it in, and he threw a pretty tough hook to the body, but most of the other punches just did not land. He threw him at the guard. Um, what Laws needs to do is he needs to use his head movement. He can't be just trying to march in and throw overhands from range. It's not going to work for him, you know. He needs to dart in and then get right back out. And we have Anderson pushing Laws up against the cage, but he doesn't over pursue. That was very shrewd on his part. Anderson switching stances right now. That's interesting. Ooh, that was a nice. cross hook there. That cross hook especially really hurt. We have Laws pushing Anderson up against the ropes in the corner right now, and for some reason he allowed him to get out. He should not have done that. He had Anderson exactly where he wanted him to be. He should have stayed there. And Anderson sneaks a short left in that seemed to stagger Laws, and then he lands a couple more from my angle. It looked like those landed. There's a jab. Ooh, yeah. Anderson's doing a good job of picking his punches. Laws is also doing a decent job at defending, but the thing is, things are sneaking through, and when they sneak through, you know they are not fun. You know it does not feel good to get hit by those things. If I was Law's corner, I'd be saying, look, head movement to move in. All right. You can't just duck your head and throw an overhand from range. You have to use head movement on the way in. You have to jab your way in. You have to cut the ring off, and you have to force him against the ropes. And once you get on the inside, do not let him out. If he tries to clinch, completely fucking ignore it. Keep your hands in close and just keep punching your phone. Keep digging the fucking body. Is what you need to do. Um, but yeah, like women are not that great themselves. Like they're like women are average too, and I don't just mean average as in like they tend to be this way. I mean average as in like they're not they're just mediocre. A lot of women are just mediocre, and they don't ever get told that, and that's where hoflation comes from, is that mediocre women don't get told, hey, maybe you should just focus on finding a husband instead of trying to be little Miss New York. That might not be a bad idea. It's a conversation that people are not willing to have because women don't want to be told they're not that good. And then men, they know that when you try to, ooh, that was a nice overhand right on the break from Joe Laws. There was a clinch, and on the break from the clinch, Laws threw a right hand. Laws had Laws had Amir against the ropes, but Amir switched it up. He stepped out, really good use of angulation, and Laws ended up in the corner because he over pursued. He's got to be very careful of that. He's got to be a little bit more active. He's just kind of a punching bag for Amir right now, and that's not good for him. If you're gonna take those shots, you got to make Amir pay for them. And just standing at range, taking the shots, and then like resetting, you're just giving him free punches. That's it. You're giving him free head movement. And again, you see the ref very clearly biased towards Amir Anderson. He was definitely told to be that way. I would not believe you if you told me that the ref is just worried about headbutts. You know, what Anderson does when he clinches is technically more illegal than what Joe Laws is doing. There's nothing saying you can't lead with your head. There's nothing saying that. Somebody said something about a dirty fighter. There was an intentional headbutt or something like that. You see, a headbutt is a headbutt. A headbutt is a headbutt. Leading with your head is not a headbutt. If there was an accidental clash of heads, that's one thing. If there was a headbutt, then yeah, take the point. I want to see that. Oh, that was a nice hook up top, hook to the body, and it put Joe Laws down. We're gonna see if he gets back up. He might not. The way he's looking right now, looks like he might be. He's up. He's up. He's gonna beat the count, and here we are. And he is down again. They are counting him this time. They're counting him. I wasn't sure if they were going to call it, if they were just going to wave it, but he is getting a count. Going to see if he gets up. The 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 butthead is a butthead. And there goes the fight. That is the fight. So Amir Anderson wins via knockout. I want to see the replay of that headbutt though, because I want to see if that was accidental and the referee is just deciding to say that it was on purpose and that it wasn't all right, or if it was like a clear as day, like yes, I loaded up and I like purposefully headbutted you. Um. Anyway, yes, the fight is over. Men cope with alcohol and junk food. We ain't the much stronger sex. Well, yeah, I mean, all of us are all of us have our weaknesses, All of us have our weaknesses, that's for sure. But what I was saying is what I was saying is um again, I'm waiting to see that headbutt. I'm waiting to see that headbutt. But what I was saying when it comes to women is like most women are mediocre. Most women are not that good. But if you as a man have that conversation, women are not going to want to sleep with you. So most men are just like, dude, shut up. Shut up. Dude, shut up, dude. You're going to fucking scare the hoes, dude. Shut up. you know. As a married man, I could really give a fuck what the hoes think. They don't matter to me. Fuck the hose. Not that way. Not that way. Yes, Amir Anderson won that. Um. Okay. Okay. I want to shill this spammer. Not today, CPT. Not today. But yeah. Most of them are just mediocre. It's just the reality, and I don't know what else to say about it. It's not a hateful thing. I love women. You know, but if we're just being honest here, like it goes both ways. Like the way women talk, like men suck. It's like you ain't that much better. Oh. Cashman Anderson by KO. I put a lot of money on him and Carlos Utria. I earn around 800 now. Thanks. Geo says ICSVG. Yes sir. Yes sir. Um, God made more mediocre people because He loves them more. Um, but yeah. All right. So who's up next? I think we have another. They're mediocre if your expectations are unreasonably high. Eh, I don't think that's completely unfair to say, Lexi. I don't think that's completely unfair. I don't think it's completely unfair, but I the issue with it is not the mediocrity. The issue with it is, like I said, the hoflation. Like men are perfectly willing and happy to have a mediocre spouse. I don't believe my wife is mediocre. There's things that are really really good about her, right? And maybe that's just because I love my wife. Therefore, if she was mediocre, it wouldn't even matter to me, and I wouldn't perceive it as mediocrity. And that's the beautiful thing about love, right? But I don't feel that my wife is mediocre. I think she is above average, right? Um, but the issue arises when mediocre women think they're all that, and because of that, they can treat men, especially the mediocre ones, like shit, you know? And that's my issue, and that's why I say that. If mediocre women would sit down and keep their mouths shut, I wouldn't be saying most women are mediocre and they need to shut up. If there's one thing I'm tired of, it's chicken head women who and specifically ones that try to browbeat you over things. Like that's something you're seeing from the Christian grifters lately. Protestants, and you even have Catholic Christian grifters where it's like some woman gets up on stage and tries to be like, and do you know what Christ said? And do you know what Jesus did? And do you know what God wants from men? And do you know this? And do you know what God said here? Like, there's so many chicken headed idiot women who think they know enough to get up on a stage and tell men what God thinks a man is meant to be you know and that is what makes me angry about it. That is what makes me like about it you know It's like keep your mouth shut, stay humble, focus on yourself, and don't feel so much of a need to point at everybody else. Find a mirror, step into it so you can see yourself and point at that one. You know, 3 hours and 30 minutes till the fight. Actually, no, about 2 hours till the fight. MMK, MMK. You know, to be fair, Pearl Davis is like that. I can appreciate Pearl Davis though because she calls out especially the Christian grifters. Especially the Christian grifters. She calls them out. And I don't agree with everything she has to say. I don't think porn is okay. I don't think it's a good thing. Um do I watch porn every now and again? It happens sometimes, but it's not it's like alcohol. Like I shouldn't drink alcohol. I do it every now and again. It's not good though. And I'm not going to try and act like it's good or normal or anything like that. Or smoking a cigar. I smoke a cigar from time to time. It's really not good to smoke cigars, but you know, every now and again you do. It happens. It happens. Um like I don't think porn is okay, but I can at least appreciate that Pearl is looking at these women who the reason why they're hiding behind Christianity is because they're trying to make themselves impervious to criticism. Because if you criticize them, you're not criticizing them. You're criticizing Jesus Christ is what you're doing. That's what you're doing. You're criticizing Jesus Christ. So you need to shut up and sit down and shut up, Buster, and listen to a Christian woman is speaking. Listen and learn. Sit your white ass down and listen. When a Christian woman is speaking, I sit my white ass down and I listen. Is what I do. Fucking that's what they're trying to do and it's so transparent and I fucking hate it. And I can at least appreciate Pearl Davis for that. I can understand that, yes, she doesn't have a strictly Christian interpretation or approach, you know, but hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Um, I actually think it's the fapping that's bad too, not just the porn. Well, yeah, yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. No, I actually don't fap. I watch it for entertainment. I just I don't watch Netflix. I watch X videos. Fucking a. Um, don't even look at your dick ever. Never ever. Did you look at your dick today? When I piss, I pull my pants down, and I go and I piss. And I just piss, and wherever it goes, it was God's will for it to go there. I say Jesus, take the wheel. I pull my pants down and I say Jesus, take the wheel is what I do when I have to pee because there's no way I'm gonna look at a dick, especially not my own. Man, ah, go blind, oh boy. Men have been beating off since they were cavemen, is how I see it. How would you know? How would you know, Omen Air? How would you know, sir? Fuck the one who asked him about FAP. Well, if I was fucking somebody, I wouldn't have to FAP now, would I? No. You know. You can FAP to women in church, dude. Woof. You know? Man, oh man. NGA, you're yapping too much. Go get a job instead. No, no, I think I'll chill. You came to my stream. Most of the people I see on Twitch, especially who are complaining about me talking right now, they're people I've never seen before. You clicked on a stream from a guy you've never seen before, and now you're like, dude, why the fuck are you streaming on your stream, dude? It's like get the fuck out of here. Get fucked. Get fucked. Come here and get on your knees and I'll put my dick in your mouth. How about that one? Fucking, we got the next fight coming up soon though. I don't know what the deal is. They're stalling quite a bit. It feels like they have Wade and these two other dudes just kind of shooting the shit in front of the tunnel. You know, it's kind of stupid. You know, kind of kind of stupid. Yeah, buddy, I clicked because of the thumbnail, not because of you talking about gooning. What do you mean the thumbnail? The thumbnail is me. The thumbnail is me. Let's take a look at the thumbnail. Oh, I clicked for the thumbnail. I clicked I clicked for the thumbnail. Yeah. Look at this. Look at this. Bro, bro saw me giving the eyes. Bro saw me giving the fuck me eyes, and he was like, "Oh, I gotta click this dude. I gotta fucking click this guy, man. I gotta click on this guy's shit." And then when he sees me talking, he's like, "Dude, fucking, dude, you're doing too much stuff on your own live stream, man. Dude, what the fuck, man? Dude, what are you doing?" Fucking um Bailey J. It's on rumble.com, which is definitely where you should look for it. It's rumble.com. It's $99. $99 to view this subpar boxing event, but it's totally worth the money, and you can't beat the peace of mind of watching it in the way that it was meant to be watched. So you should definitely not go to websites like shrimpstreams.live or anything like that, because shrimpstreams.live is an illegal site, and you could get in trouble for doing that. And most importantly, it takes money out of the pockets of billionaires. So you should definitely not go to shrimpstreams.live to watch it because you could get in trouble for that. Go to the Rumble website instead. Go to the Rumble website. Anyway, Boxing Max is crazy. What is oh, yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. You're a chopped sub 5 trying to boxing max. Go do something good. Imagine describing a dude on the 1 to 10 scale. That is, I don't know of anything that could be more gay than being like, "Hey, dude, as a man, you're like a 6." It's like, all right, okay, all right, bro. Anyway, P- pussy's overrated. Best tasting woman tastes like water. Beer is better. Hell yeah. Scott, you're a 10 to me. Thank you very much, Cherry Blossom. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. A lot of a lot of people don't know what time it is. I didn't even know what time it was either. It starts at 5 p.m. Eastern time. And they're really stalling on this next fight. They're doing like a whole straight up interview between these guys, the Nick LMAO and the other dude, I forget what his name is. It's like, holy fucking shit, dude, you know? Man, oh man. Man, oh man, you know? Gayer than two guys fucking. Last dude I knew who was named Kai was an Asian twink who went trans. LOL, says hand cannon. Yeah, Kai is an interesting name, you know. I know I've known women named Kai. I feel like a woman could be named Kai. But when you get a guy named Kai, it's like there's something about that for sure. There's something about that for sure, you know. Um are these guys even fighters? I think they're YouTubers. I think they're YouTubers is what they are, you know. Um Kai, your new name is Sock. Sock C330,000. That's what we're gonna call him from now on. Greglo. Nah, Kaya is for women. Kai or Kai ain't a chick name. Maybe it was short then. Maybe the woman that I knew named Kai, that was short. I guess I could see Kaya as a girl's name. Um, Yo, I don't know if you plan on streaming it, but careful. I've seen two channels get taken down in the last 30 minutes for streaming it. Exactly. And like this is a fight companion. This isn't like I'm not going to be showing the fights themselves on the stream because I will get taken down for it. I'm going to give you expert um commentary though. It's not gonna be fucking Wade Plemons pretending like he knows anything about fucking boxing. I'm gonna actually tell you what's happening and what the significance of it is. And then we'll also shoot the shit in other ways too. They're showing this whole practically uncut interview between these fucking guys. There must be something going on backstage. There's got to be some kind of technical difficulty, or maybe one of the guys is like, dude, actually, I don't want to fight, dude. I don't want to fight anymore. And they're trying to like talk him into going out there and just taking a dive or something. There's got to be something going on here right now. It's fucking ridiculous. LMAO, who you got your money on, then I would say Andrew Tate is the smart money, for pretty obvious reasons. Shrimp what dot live? It was shrimpstreams.live is the site that you don't want to visit, okay? Do not visit shrimpstreams.live because that is an illegal site, okay? Um man. So Soxy 30,000. You think I give a fuck about my Twitch chat? Hey, if you're here on Twitch, thanks for stopping in. But yeah, if you're mad that I'm streaming on my own channel, take a shit in a cup and drink it. Fucking go do a cannonball and a patch of cucumbers, a naked cannonball and a patch of cucumbers. Take a walk off a short pier, a long one, a long walk off a short pier. Take up Turkish cliff diving as a recreational sport. Fucking Tate is strong despite my criticism. I mean, Andrew Tate is a skilled fighter. Like I said, his career is built off of taking easy fights with inexperienced guys, but he's a skilled fighter. Chase Demoor has gotten better. He's not that much better though. He has not gotten that much better, you know? I have this song called "Bomb Iran" stuck in my head, and it's kind of catchy, and it goes hard. It kind of goes hard. Like I'm not like a McCainite. I'm not someone who's like, yeah, Iran's the enemy. I could give a fuck about Iran, but honestly, it's a pretty fucking good song. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna grab something. Yeah, I trained. This is oh, I won this in a dagger fighting tournament. Obviously not real daggers. This I got last month. Jujitsu, weapons based martial arts. This is a certificate for my jujitsu black belt, which I got in June of this year. And I also have many years of boxing and Muay Thai training. I train other people now mostly, hence the reason why I'm so fucking fat. you know. But yeah, I train. I have a lot of experience training. I actually, for those of you who are here, for those of you that are here and you don't know who I am, my name's Scott. It's nice to meet you. I have experience training people for Misfits Boxing. Actually, I helped Sam Hyde, the Candyman. I helped him get ready for his boxing match. I helped Brandon Buckingham get ready for his. I helped Harley Morenstein get ready for his. I didn't play as much of a part in Harley Morenstein's. For Creator Clash 1, I was one of the people who was helping him out. It was all through Sam Hyde. I met Sam Hyde. I helped him get ready for his match, and then he started training other people, and I was a part of that team that he put together to train these YouTube boxers who, back when the heyday of YouTube boxing was around, were getting into it. I was around for the Froggy Fresh debacle. Um, I don't know how many of you actually know anything about that or like whatever. Um, fucking yeah. So there's that. Um, I just figure I'll say that because somebody asked me if I train, and it's like, well, yeah, I do, I do. And I mostly train other people now. Like I said, I was also featured on Fish Tank Live, as a boxing trainer and a karate trainer. And yeah, so that's me. That's who I am. How did you meet Sam? Do you live in Woonsocket? No, I don't live in Rhode Island. I live in Massachusetts. I met Sam because I asked him a question once. I don't want to get too deep into how I met him. I've told the story plenty of times. I just don't feel like telling it again right now. I met Sam because I asked him a question, and that kind of like planted the seed of our ability to talk to each other. And when he started calling out Hassan Piker to try and fight him, what did I do? I offered to help him train for Hassan. So I started holding pads for him. I started sparring with him, and all that jazz. And eventually he took the fight with Thompson, and I helped him get ready for that. And yeah, it was a good time. It's a good time. Um, Scott taught Sam everything he knows, and Sam just threw him to the curb when he was done with them. I know. He couldn't throw a punch. He couldn't throw a punch before me. And now I'm gone. Now, no love for old Scotty. No love for old Scotty. Um, man, Nick Reiner was using that jujitsu. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Fuck. Actually, no. My mom and dad stabbed me. That's that's what he said when the cops got there. No, they stabbed me. Yeah, I no, I didn't. I would never stab anybody. They stabbed me. Anyway, I'll be right back. Stretching my legs and I'm just grabbing some. I got some chocolates from a store. They had like a European aisle. Oh yes. I'm just letting people know if you come in and you ask me like what time are the fights or like are you going to show the fights, I'm probably just not going to answer you, specifically the Twitch people, because that's where everybody's asking those questions. I don't mean to be an asshole, but like if I answered every single one of those, I'd be saying it every 2 seconds. It'd be every 2 fucking seconds. 5 p.m. It's at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You do the math on what time that is where you're at in the world. No, I won't be. It's I can't answer all those. Oh, excuse me. Sam is no bum. The guy is intelligent. Yeah, I think he and I think about things in a very similar way. Um, I think Sam and I are very similar. When Sam's not putting on a character, he's very quiet. He doesn't have a whole lot to say. He'll just sit there while everybody else talks, and he'll just kind of like let them do the talking. So we have finally a tail of the tape. Nick LMAO, 24 years old, 6 foot tall, 154 pounds, and then we have Ben Williams, who is from Ireland, 21, height 5'8", short king, 153 pounds. So naturally, we're going to be cheering for our boy Ben, the Irishman Williams, Ben the Patty Williams. Um, um, so, sir, what time is stream? Sir, sir, please tell me what time is stream. Sir, what time is stream? What time is stream, sir? Sir, it is at 5 p.m. EST, sir. You need to figure out for yourself what time that is in your region of the world, sir. But it is at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. My name is Alexander. I am sitting in an office in Hyderabad, but I will pretend as though I am actually an American talking to you from American soil. My name is not even really Alexander. It is Rajindahar. My name is Rajindahar. Please, sir. Hmm. Sir, I'm in gift card for a fight. Sir, send me $50 Amazon gift card and we will resolve the time of the fight, sir. Sir, send me $50 Amazon gift card. Do not redeem, sir. I saw it's at 2 p.m. EST, different timings everywhere. The main event. When people ask me what time the fight starts, I assume they mean what time is the main event going to start, because that's really the only fight that matters, you know? Um, fun. Fun fact, Sullivan is one of the oldest and most respected Indian surnames are. They call them Sarivan. They call me Scott Sarivan. Man. Oh, it's Nick Lamau is what he calls himself. Nick Lamau, not Nick LMAO. All right. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Yeah. So finally, the fight's starting. I don't know anything about either of these guys. I got to be honest with you. I remember Nick Lamau from other influencer boxing cards. I do remember him from there. I feel like maybe Ben Williams has been around too, but I could be wrong. We're gonna see how well these guys do. You know. Um, are you going to show divide? Clearly not. Base. Yeah. Don't let the door hit you. Ferguson getting knocked out. You think Tony Ferguson's gonna get KO'd? What size is this? Oh, venue. I thought you said Venus. Looks like a high school basketball gym. Yeah, I don't know, I don't know. I mean, the thing is, Misfits is not as successful as it was. I mean, nah, that's not the smallest venue you could have had, you know. But it's not that big either. It's not that big either, you know. The thing is, like, Misfits boxing, influencer boxing in general is not that. It's not that. It's just not what it used to be, you know. You used to be able to have shows at the O2 in London and like other like really cool places like that. You had the Amalie Arena in you had the Amalie Arena for Creator Clash 2, and it was going to be Creator Clash 3 as well. Excuse me. Jeez. Like, people are just not that interested anymore, you know. If they came to Boston, they might be able to get the Agganis Arena, but it wouldn't be full, you know. It wouldn't be full. The Aganis Arena is where BU hockey plays. They have the bean pot there every year as well. It's not the biggest stadium. It's probably about this size actually. Now that I think of it, you know. Will you show the fight? No, I will not. If you think you will see the fight here, you will not. Get the fuck out. Fuck you, bloody. Bloody fuck you. Sir, please listen to my instruction. I am the ref. Sir, no hugging. No hugging unless it is me. You can only hug me. Alright, let's go ahead. We're going to see how this goes. Alright, round number 1. So we have Nick Lamau. He is clearly a lot bigger. Taller. I wouldn't say bigger, but definitely a lot taller and a lot longer than Ben Williams. Nick Lamau in the purplish trunks, and then Ben Williams in the black and green. There is a sticking jab to the body from Ben Williams. A lead hook. Ooh, there was a left hand that looked like it landed from Ben Williams. Nick Lamau kind of slow to start right now. I think he's just trying to get some timing. He's trying to feel Ben out. Ben's a little bit more aggressive, but honestly not that much more aggressive. He's just been a little bit more active, that's it. We're going to see how that goes. What are you eating, Scott? I'm eating some chocolate truffles. I have nothing else to eat but chocolate truffles right now, which I know, poor me, right? But there was a Ben waited patiently for a jab to come in. The thing is, Nick throwing his jab, he's not throwing it with any gusto. You can tell he's just trying to feel out and gauge reactions and stuff like that. So it was real easy for Ben to time it and then come over the top with a right hand followed by a left hook. I don't think the right hand landed. The left hook definitely did. Is kind of a show. He showed a left hook talking about Ben Williams, and there was a jab from Nick as he was moving around. You see, Ben is fighting the exact fight that he needs to against this much taller opponent. He's waiting for something to come in, and he's following it as it comes back. Nick is throwing one jab, and not just that, but he's throwing a jab, and then he's dropping his hand down. He's got to be really careful with that, What he needs is double jabs. He needs triple jabs. He can't be going nice, uncommitted jab and then drop down, because that's where, that was a nice left hook lead into an overhand right from Ben Williams that thuds into Nick's head. What I was saying is, nice counter jab. Ben he slipped to the inside and he threw a peekaboo jab at what's his face, at Nick LMAO. So yeah, what I was saying is Nick LMAO, he needs to be throwing double jabs. He needs to be throwing hooks. He almost threw a lead hook. He needs to be going jab, uppercut, right? He needs to be going jab, cross down the middle. He's got to use straight punches as a means to keep Ben on the outside. And he needs to use hooks, lead hooks, to switch up the jab, to trick Ben. Because Ben's going to get used to straights coming in, especially that jab. And when he sees that lead elbow, that lead shoulder twitch, he's going to think, oh, here comes another jab, and he's going to go to parry, and then the hook's going to come in and it's going to smack him in the face. And then any uppercuts or rounded punches he throws needs to be as a means to try and dissuade Ben from using any kind of head movement to get in, right? What Nick needs to do, he needs to throw that jab. He needs to wait for Ben to try and get underneath it, and then bang, he needs to throw that uppercut. Right now, Ben Williams is doing everything he needs to do. I don't have many notes for him other than maybe maybe try and work your way in and stay in, because I don't think Nick is going to be that much stronger than Ben. You can see Nick is a lot longer than him, but he doesn't like Ben looks like the physically like wider dude, if anything, you know? I don't think being on the inside is going to be a bad thing for Ben. I don't think it's going to be ooh, that was a nice overhand from Ben Williams. Looks like it landed. I don't think Ben Williams being on the inside is going to be bad. That's actually part of the reason why Jake Paul lost last night is because Anthony Joshua was just so much bigger than him and stronger than him. It tired him out by round 4 or 5. Okay. Oh, all right. But when Ben is on the inside, I don't think Nick is going to have any ability. I don't think Ben. Excuse me. I don't think Nick Lamau is going to have the strength to really tire Ben Williams out. So Ben can stay on that inside. Let Nick do whatever he wants. Basically, he wants to try and clinch. That's fine. He's just got to use whatever free hand he's got to try and dig that body. And who knows, maybe even clear the hands out of the way to go up top. You know, he needs to turn this into a street fight. If he's not going to turn it into a street fight, he's not going to have a very easy time winning this fight. And he's doing a good enough job right now. It's just that I do think Nick is going to come alive as time goes on. Ooh, they're working his way in again. So every time Nick throws his jab, he throws one jab that's sort of telegraphed, and it's really easy to follow back in. And Ben is just doing a really good job of taking advantage of that, and that's why he's winning this fight right now. You know, you're seeing Nick kind of getting his timing a little bit. You know, you're seeing when Ben comes in, it's a little bit more of a dogfight, and Nick is able to land like maybe something coming out. But overall, I think Ben is still in charge of this fight right now. And you see again, he's just waiting a step or two away so that when Nick steps in with that jab, he can just pull and then follow it back in. You know, he's fighting the fight he needs to. You know, apparently it's a 5 round fight. You see, and that's the other piece of this too is that um, Nick, he needs to try and like I said, Nick needs to try and bait counters so that he can counter the counter. And he's not going. He's not going. He's not doing it. He's not gooing right now. He just ain't gooing. He ain't gooing is what he's doing. Um, he ain't doing a good enough job of that right now. You know, nice little shove there. He just ain't doing a good enough job of it right now. Um, what was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else too. Um, oh no, Flacadoro, I do read the comments. I'm just not showing you guys fights so that my shit can get taken down. Yeah, I'm gonna show fights so that I can get in trouble, and then you guys are never gonna come to my fucking channel again when I make a new one. Yeah, that's how this is gonna work. Jump off a cliff. You fucking idiot. Fucking run head first into a fucking glass window. You idiot. So for some reason they're checking on Nick Lamau, excuse me. That's that's a nothing cut. That cut is not an issue. It's not even bleeding. Thank you very much, Zach, by the way, for making sure all these all these spam YouTube accounts, all these spam bots keep thank you for banning them, you know. So there's a long range jab from Ben Williams to the body. I'd like to see a little bit more offense from Ben Williams as well because I don't think Nick is gonna like I don't know, maybe Nick is trying to play counterattacker right now. Maybe that's what he's been trying to do this entire time and because Ben has not been rushing forward, he's kind of been taking the attacker role and that's playing into Ben's game plan. But what I think Ben, ooh, nice cross to a hook, the same thing that's been money for Ben all night. Um, I'd like to see Ben work his way in with jabs, take his head off the center line, work his way forward with jabs, and try and work from that inside. You know, he's doing a real good job of darting in. I'd like to see him make Nick a little bit more uncomfortable from range because even though he's winning the fight from range, that is where Nick is comfortable right now. Nick doesn't feel a need to change his game plan because he thinks his game plan's going to start working eventually. And like obviously, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Ben ain't doing a bad job. It's just what I personally would like to see if he's interested in doing a little bit more is use his jab to work his way in, use head movement, use switch stepping to move his way in, a Dempsey roll even. It'd be nice to see that, you know. Um, is this boxing or MMA? This is Scott. No, this is Scott. Yeah, it's boxing. It's influencer boxing, Lexi. You know, you can see it on Rumble if you want, and be really careful because there's bots going around saying to go to shrimpstreams.live, but that's illegal. So you definitely don't want to. You definitely don't want to do that. Anyway, man. So another jab to the body from Ben. He actually went up high that time. You know. There's a long range left hook from Nick, which Ben gets out of the way of. Honestly, like Nick has not been able to mount an offense. He's been stumped. And he doesn't realize how bad the problem is. He doesn't realize how bad he's been stumped, you know? He really needs to make an adjustment. He needs to start making Ben uncomfortable, you know? I think Ben is just a little bit too quick for him too. He's a little bit too twitchy. That definitely does not help, you know? But hey, I guess we'll see what happens. Um, Where can I watch it illegal again? You don't want to watch it illegally though. They just added SpongeBob to Fortnite. Oh boy. All right. So here we are, round four of a 5 round fight between Nick Lamau and Ben Williams. And we are going to see how this goes. We're going to see if Nick can pull this out. What Nick needs at this point, because there is no doubt in my mind that Ben Williams won the first 3 rounds. There's no doubt in my mind that um, Nick Ben Williams won the first 3 rounds. I may have mixed the names up, but there's no doubt in my mind that Nick Lamau needs a knockout at this point. He has really got to start working in a real way, you know. And it's like I said, he's just stumped, you know. Um, there is no universe where this could go Nick Lamau's way without a knockout. It's just not going to happen, you know. Um, man. Anyway, So right now you can tell Ben is kind of slowed down a little bit. And when I say slow down, I mean his output. Like he's not he's still twitchy, but just in general, he's a little bit more stationary. He is explosive. He's still quick. He's doing a really good job of countering, but he's not moving as much. You know, he's a little bit more. He's a little bit more comfortable staying on the ropes. He's circling out now, but he's still kind of stuck on the ropes. He's in a corner right now. Excuse me. There is a big swing and a miss from Nick Lamau, a right hook to the body. Ooh, and speaking of right hooks to the body, Ben counters a jab with a right hook to the body and then a left to the head. Does anyone know where the love of God goes when the waves turn minutes to hours? Is that like a song lyric, Big Uncle Ruckus? Ooh, that was a nice left hook from Ben Williams. You can tell Nick he's not discouraged, but he definitely is a little bit frazzled every time he gets hit. You can just see in his eyes and his posture for a split second he does not like it. He's definitely frustrated, even if he's hiding it a little bit. There was a naked cross down the middle from Nick Lamau, and Ben Williams slips that by a country mile. Oh, ooh, that Oh, okay. Nick just took two shots, right hands to the head, and that second right hand to the head staggered him a little bit, and he basically got saved by the bell. I think that Ben Williams would have been on him like white on rice if that bell did not sound. Ben looking real comfortable. Yeah, he's looking pretty good. He's looking pretty good right now. Brings brings a tear to my eye. Yeah. Um, Did the main event start yet? No, there's a few more fights. This is Nick Lamau versus Shmen Schmilliams. Shmen Schmilliams is who this is. Um 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 so this is round number 5 of 5 between Nick Lamau and Ben Williams. And it's like I said, there is no doubt in anyone's mind that there is no doubt of anyone's mind. Um, no doubt in anyone's mind that Ben Williams is taking this one home unless Nick can score a knockout. Not even just a knockdown, but a knockout. So we have one, two, three. There's three fights after this one, and then the main event. So it's going to be Niraj Goyat versus Anthony Taylor. There's going to be Dean the Great versus Amato Vargas. There's going to be Tony Ferguson versus Warren Spencer. And then it's going to be Andrew Tate versus Chase Demoor. So there's that. Here's to hoping there's some quick knockouts so that we can get to the Andrew Tate fight a little bit quicker. Just a tad bit quicker. Just a tad bit quicker. You know. Scott, do you like jazz? Not really. I think a lot of music, specifically music that like some fucking like wannabe like black nationalist college professor would listen to. Cuz like that's like college professor music, and I don't know, maybe I'm just uninitiated to the finer parts of jazz, to the finer aspects of jazz, and because of that I have a hard time appreciating it. But like there's a lot of music out there that like a college professor would be like, yeah, I mean Led Zeppelin's good, I guess, but like if it wasn't for fucking this guy who wrote songs back in the 1930s and performed them with a fucking with a tissue box that had elastics around it, you know, sitting there, doing, 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 doing. If if it wasn't for that guy, Led Zeppelin would have never They never would have been able to make the music they make, and because of that, they owe it all to black people. Like, I feel like jazz is one of those things, you know, and it's like it's just you listen to jazz and it's just not good. It kind of is. It kind of just fucking sucks. If I'm just being if I'm just being honest, you know. Same thing with like a lot of these again like a lot of these rhythm and blues dudes from like the 20s and 30s and even before that. It's like I'm supposed to believe that Megadeth owes Peace Cells who but who's buying to some guy who like sung some dumbass song and he wasn't even good. Like his singing was trash, guitar playing trash. It just everything just sucked that he did. I'm supposed to believe those guys owe anything to that guy. It's like get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. Scat. I ain't having it. You you must be over 6 feet. Your hand is kind of big. I'm 6 feet tall, on the dot. Um, no, they canceled it. They have homework and kids to feed. Yeah, that was the official announcement they made that Andrew Tate and Chase Demoor they got to do their homework so they can't fight. Jazz got soul. You need soul to get it. Yeah, well, gingers, we don't exactly have a ton of that in stock. So I don't know. I guess I'm just not. Like even funk music, right? Like I tried to get into Bootsy Collins. Bootsy Collins is not good. There's like two songs of his that I really gelled with. One of them was "I'd Rather Be with You." Really good song. You definitely should listen to it. I love the hell out of it. I'll be honest with you. The other one is called "Physical Love." Sometimes I'll listen to it. Sometimes I'll skip. But everything else on that album that I listened to is just not that good. And I can remember Kamala Harris. I didn't get into Bootsy because of Kamala Harris. I tried to get into Bootsy and then like a month or two later Kamala Harris like did some kind of PR thing where she went to a record store and she picked out records to try and be like, "Oh, hey, white people, this is good music." And she pulls out a fucking Bootsy Collins record and she's like, "Oh, Bootsy Collins." She says it as though you're supposed to know who it is, so that when you don't know who it is, she'll be like, "Wait, you've never heard of Bootsy Collins?" She does that and she's like, "There needs to be some education right now. You need to listen to Bootsy Collins." I have. The dude's not that good. Really good bass player. He doesn't know how to make a good song with it though. They don't like a lot of funk. A lot of funk music, a lot of soul music from that era is not good. And then they get mad at what they call blue-eyed soul, which is like Eric Clapton type shit. And it's like you listen to it and it's actually listenable and it's good. It's good. And it's like, man, Scott can't even listen to black musicians without becoming enraged. Dude, when I hear somebody and I think they're black, I'm like no, but like the issue isn't the race. The issue is that the music sucks and the only people who are like trying to shill it and be like, "Dude, you don't know what good music is if you don't like this." The only people who are saying that shit are people who only like it because of the racial aspect of it. You know, that's my issue with it is that like you can't listen to rock and roll without some asshole college professor being like, "Well, actually, did you know that Elvis took songs written by black people and he performed them?" Yeah, a lot of those songs sucked before Elvis took them and performed them. You know, they just weren't that good because the singers weren't that good, the musicians weren't that good. They just weren't. You know, and I'm supposed to believe Elvis owes anything to anyone. Meanwhile, like you have people who do cover songs nowadays. It's like get out of here. Get out of here, Actually, actually, Elvis was a culture vulture. Did you know that? Did you know that? Elvis was a culture vulture. Eric Clapton was a culture vulture. He owes everything to black women. It's like, get the fucking eat butt. Suck butt. Suck my ass. Get out of my face, you know? Literally, it's not even because it's good. They're just saying it. They're only saying it exclusively because the dude's black and they don't like white people. That's it. You know? Like, I give people their due, you know? And if you're not due anything, I don't give you shit, you know? Oh, excuse me. Blow it out your ass. Hey, blow it out your ass. Man. Some good black jazz artists though. I mean, if you wanna send me jazz that you think is good, feel free to send it to me and I'll give it a college try. I'll listen to it 2, 3 times just to make sure it's not like the first time I listen to it I'm like, I don't like it. I'll really give it a good listen, and I don't know, maybe I'll be into jazz. You know? I got into reggaeton. I got into Brazilian music, you know? Oh, excuse me. Um, I don't even understand what they're saying half the time. It's good though. It sounds good. It is good. It, eu grelo. There's a dude who calls himself Grello or Grelo. Grelo means clitoris. He starts every song with "Eo Grelo," which means it's the clitoris. That's one thing about Brazilian artists. They have no chill. They don't give a fuck about anything. There's this one artist called MC Bin Laden. I'll show him to you real quick. I think I can get away with. I think I can get away with him. I don't think I'm gonna get copyright claimed. All reggaeton lyrics actually translate to "fuck you, white person listening to this. You suck. We hate you." I don't know. I don't know if you knew that. Yeah, I'm actually gonna move. I'm actually gonna move to Puerto Rico and I'm gonna start singing songs like that. I um I actually went to an Unwell concert recently, like a couple months ago, and it was a good time. You know, it actually was a really good time. I had a lot of fun there. I'm not gonna lie, it was a good time. Um, yes. You guys ready for MC Bin Laden?
Cabelo da tônica, tripa mostrar que é de vilão.
The fucking braces, bro.
Nós é bom, mas não é bom.
The fucking braces.
Entre becos e vielas. Meia preta e meia branca que nós joga na canela.
Imagine, right? Imagine you see this on YouTube one day, right? You're not into Brazilian music at all. You know, you don't know what the fuck is going on. You just see that, right? You just see that, and you're like, MC Bin Laden, what the fuck? And you see this video, right? And you see people, and just me in the background. Like, imagine if I'm just right there. Like, imagine how fucking retarded that would be. Imagine how insanely hilarious that would be. Man, I gotta dye my hair like that. This video is like 11 years old. 11 years old. September 17th, 2014. Man, that is a pretty crazy. The most brutal gore comes from Brazil. Yeah, you don't want to fuck around in the favela. You know, you want to steer clear. You want to steer clear of the favela, that's for sure. Um Yeah, I don't know if those people are favelados. That's what they call them, is people from the favela is favelados. I don't know if those people explicitly are favelados, but they might be. They could be. Probably, I would even say probably. Um, yeah, there's a lot of good Brazilian music though. You like if you're comfortable with listening to stuff that you can't understand, which like if you like EDM, I feel like you should be cool with the idea of like reggaeton or like Brazilian music or anything like that. I feel like it'd be a little weird if you were like, I like EDM, but I will never give Brazilian music a try because for one thing, a lot of it is um a lot of it is inspired by or even inspired a lot of EDM. Oh, we have a tail of the tape here. Neeraj is 34 years old, 5'8", and 157 pounds. Anthony Taylor is 36 years old, 6 feet tall, 164 pounds. That is a little bit of a weight difference there. I'm curious what the issue with that is. Um, Neeraj, Neeraj, Neeraj Sir, we are supporting Niraj. He is an Indian tiger just like the rest of us, sir. He will represent India to the fullest, and he will show the world that the Indian man, the Indian Brahmin is the greatest, and that we are the Ubermensch, sir. Um uh er, um okay, all right, yeah. I see the messages you just sent me, Zach. I'll check those out later. But yeah, there's a lot of good artists from Brazil. I would recommend Wiu, spelled Wiu, Wiu. He's probably one of my favorites. There's MC Pedrinho, which is MCPEDRINHO. NH makes a nya sound, so nya or nyo. Um, that means little Pedro essentially. And the dude is little. He's like 5'6". He might even be like 5'4", 5'4". Um, really really good music though. Like, my wife is Brazilian. For those of you that don't know, you're just here to ask when it's starting. My wife is Brazilian. It's been nice getting familiar with her culture. Not everything gels very well with me, just like not everything from my culture gels with her. But if there's one thing I really do love, it's Brazilian music. I think they have a rich musical culture over there, and I think that it's something that could and should spread to the world in whatever form it can, because there's a lot of interesting little things that they like to do there that you don't see elsewhere. Um, it's nice though. It's nice. How did you meet her? I met her online. And I know it wasn't that. Oh, our man Niraj, he has somebody with the microphone. He is an Indian rapper. He is a Brahmin rapper. I think they both need to drop their pants and take a shit right now to exert dominance, sir. They need to do this for the glory of India. We are the Indian lions, and we will shit wherever we want. You cannot stop us. I'm having too much fun with I'm having too much fun with that. I'm I'm having way too much fun with it. Um anyway, what was I gonna say? She's not your wife, she's our wife, Scott. Oh, I forgot, you're right. But I met my wife over the internet. She was coming to America mainly because she was gonna donate a kidney to her sister. But then she was also like, I don't know, well, maybe I'll see if I can immigrate here. She was gonna try to immigrate here independent of whether she had a husband or not. But she wanted to know somebody from the area so that she's not just here like, okay, like, what do I do? Where do I go? At the very least, if she knows somebody before she gets here, I can show her around. Um, I met her the day she got off the plane. I didn't pick her up because that would have been weird. Because it's not like we were like, we're gonna get married. We were just feeling each other out at that point. But I met her the day she got off the plane. I met her at a Dollar Tree, which has since closed down. Excuse me. she didn't even get to see where she was going to be living at that point. She just was at, she was just at the Dollar Tree getting some stuff before she went to see where she was going to live. And yeah, we just hung out a lot. We hung out a lot because like she got here and I think a week later COVID shut the country down. So we had nothing to do other than hang out. I was working a job because I was considered essential. So I would go to work, I would get out, and it would just be hang out with her. Um, it took us like about 2 weeks before we were like, okay, let's date, you know? Let's not just have this be like some weird fling. Let's actually like boyfriend and girlfriend. And then since all we did during COVID was hang out, we got married less than a year later. Like 11 months after we met, we got married, you know? So yeah, that's where we are now. She's at work right now, so that's why that's why she's not here right now. All right, so we have Niraj Goyat, the Indian Tiger, versus Anthony Taylor. You can see how much smaller Niraj Goyat is, and that's what I think Wade just said or somebody else said. There is a definite size discrepancy between these two. So a flurry of punches from Anthony Taylor. I think a rear uppercut may have landed to the body, but other than that, nothing really landed from Anthony Taylor. Anthony Taylor pushing Niraj up against the ropes. Nothing really landed there though. Niraj is toying. Niraj is toying with his prey. He is waiting to pounce. He will pounce any second, and he will hit him with the mother of all punches, and he will take the belt home for the glory of the Indian subcontinent. Pakistan BTFO. So Niraj is making me a little bit nervous because he's got his hands down. I mean, some dudes just fight like that. He's very mobile as well. He's like crossing his feet. He's almost kind of fighting like a Prince Nazim. He gets his hands up when it matters, but like it makes me a little bit nervous because all that crossing the feet, all that hands down, especially as he gets more and more tired, it's going to be a lot easier for him to get caught. He's got some pretty decent head movement, I will say. You know, Niraj works his way in with a small flurry. Nothing too crazy on that, though. Ooh, that is a cross right down the middle, and that definitely hurt Goyat a little bit. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. It didn't even take later rounds. He's just immediately getting caught with punches that he should not be getting caught with. That was a naked right hand right down the middle in the first round of this fight, and he's getting hammered with it, and it definitely hurt him. It hurt him, maybe not that bad, but it hurt him enough as to referee called for a referee called for a clean break, and Niraj threw some punches out of it. The only reason that's an issue is because the referee called for a momentary stop for them to break. And that's partially the referee's fault, truthfully, because the referee's job is not to stand by the ropes yelling commands. He's meant to get in there, pull them apart when he needs to, and all that other stuff. Um, anyway, but yeah. If he keeps getting caught with those right hands, like it looks like he just barely avoided. Talking about Niraj, it looks like he just barely avoided a right hand down the middle from and then another one from Anthony Taylor. If he keeps getting caught with those, eventually one of those is going to find its mark in a real way. And I really think that one from that round hurt him just enough as to where it could have been a fight ending sequence if Anthony Taylor didn't over pursue and end up in the clinch. Excuse me. When it comes to when it comes to when it comes to Nira, excuse me, when it comes to that round, I have to give it to Anthony Taylor. You know, it's definitely Anthony Taylor. There's no doubt in my mind, no doubt in my mind. So it's yeah, 10-9. Um, he's going for surgery just to make sure you watch it. Oh, I see, I see. All right, so here we are. Round number two, there's a double jab cross by Anthony Taylor. I don't know if any of those really landed. You know, Anthony Taylor's nice and quick. He's throwing that jab cross down the middle. There's a left hook that landed for our man Niraj. Niraj Goyat for the glory of India. Double jab from Anthony. Triple jab actually is deflected by Niraj. All those punches deflected by Niraj as well. You know, a jab on the guard of Niraj, another one on the jab. See, Anthony's got to split the guard. Like Niraj, when he has his hands up, he's doing a really good job at using his high guard to defend those punches. Anthony's gonna have to split that guard with maybe like an uppercut. He could throw like jab, uppercut to try and open it, to try and open things up. He could go like jab, lead, uppercut, cross down the middle, right, to try and make some space. If he attacks the guard itself, if he knocks a hand out of the way, right, he'll open up and he'll be able to catch Goyat. Looks like he caught Goyat with a jab when he was coming in for a punch as well. Ooh, there's a short right hand, a short left hook from Niraj Goyat. Somebody, one of the announcers saying that Niraj is stealing, or not even is stealing, but stole the round. It's like the round isn't even close to over yet. We have over a minute left in this round. There's too much round for you to be saying that he stole the round. You know, that one good moment in a sea of him not really being able to put it together is not, that's not round stealing. That is good though. And with what I said, um, there that is one thing. Niraj is start. You can see Niraj is starting to find his. You can you can Anthony Taylor looks like he was going in. Looked like he was going in for a single leg takedown, a snatch single almost. Um, Niraj is throwing arm punches, but if there's one thing he's doing very well, it's he's getting Anthony's timing and he's starting to become a little bit more comfortable. And because of that, he's starting to be able to mount an offense, which is going to be good for him, especially as this fight goes on. You can see Anthony is probably a little bit I would say Anthony is even a little bit frustrated right now because he's not trying to fight from the outside anymore. He's trying to push Niraj to the ropes and stay on top of him so that he can use his inside fighting. Anthony Taylor was originally an MMA guy. And I think he was mostly a grappler, so he's going to feel comfortable closer in. Niraj, like I said, is starting to do a better job of working his attacks at range. One thing I would like to see a little bit more of is actual turning on his punches. Literally, he's throwing slapping punches. Like he's throwing slapping right hands like this instead of actually driving it down home. And that's a little weird. I'm not gonna lie. Um, I don't know if I would count some of those. I don't. Oh, Niraj sticking his penis in the black man's face, showing him the power of the Indian penis. Yes, sir. He is winning, and he is showing the world that India has the best penis. Anyway, um, man, yeah. I'm watching the fight on the official stream from rumble.com. I paid $99 for this. I definitely did not go to shrimpstreams.live. I did not do that, and you should not do that. The reason I bring that up is because there's a lot of people who are sharing that link around saying shrimpstreams.live is the place to see these fights for free. And I have to tell you that that is illegal, and I would never do anything illegal like that. So I'm telling you not to go to shrimpstreams.live. Do not. Do not. Don't get on a VPN and go to shrimpstreams.live. Definitely not. Anyway, but yeah, so ooh, that was a nice right hand up the middle. I don't even know if it landed. It may have just barely gotten Anthony as he was moving out of the way. But yeah, Niraj is definitely opening up a little bit more. He's a little bit more comfortable, you know. And I'd like to see him throw with a little bit more gusto. We'll see if that happens. I think it might be happening. You know, from Anthony Taylor, he needs to make this into a street fight. He needs to get in there and he needs to really dig that body. He needs to clinch. He needs to fight in the clinch. Ooh, that was a nice jab cross up the middle from Niraj. Yeah, Niraj is definitely comfortable now. Anytime Anthony moves, he's got something. It's either Niraj goes first or nobody goes, which is a really smart thing. He's using that in and out sort of like he'll land something and then he'll pull back and then he'll land something after the counter comes. We're seeing some pretty good boxing from Niraj. Niraj is showing us how boxing is supposed to be done because Indians are the best boxers, sir. There is nobody better at boxing and having sex than the Indian man, sir. I'm not gonna stop. I ain't gonna stop. Fucking I ain't stopping for nothing. I ain't stopping for nothing. Anyway, ooh, that was a nice left hook, right hook counter by or not counter, but a combo by Niraj. Every time Anthony Taylor moves, Niraj makes him pay for it. Every time he steps into range, Niraj is throwing a 2 or 3 punch combination. Every time Anthony throws a single punch, Niraj is landing at least one in return. You know, it's really it's attrition for Anthony Taylor. You know, and Anthony Taylor's trying to control the pace, but it's just not working, you know. Niraj has such good control of the pace of this fight right now that he's landing at will no matter what Anthony Taylor is doing, and that's a really bad place for Anthony Taylor to be in. Um, I think what he's going to have to do is bite down on his mouthpiece. It's very clear that Niraj is not actually hurting him, you know. I don't think Niraj is big enough to really hurt Anthony Taylor like that. So Anthony's going to have to be willing to take those shots. He's going to have to wait for a cross to come in and bang, left hook right after he takes the cross. He might have to bait a cross, let the cross come in and throw that hook in anticipation of there being a cross coming in when he sees Niraj, turn to throw. Um, Same thing. He waits for that left hook. He throws a cross right down the middle. He'll even beat that left hook depending on how early he gets to that cross. Instead, what's happening is Niraj is taking the initiative, and then even when Niraj isn't taking the initiative, he's just a little bit too elusive for Anthony to put hands on. That's not illegal, ref. Anthony Taylor grabbed his gloves. There is absolutely nothing illegal about that. There's no reason for Anthony Taylor to be reprimanded for that in any way. So and there's actually that was interesting because there was actually a small reversal of what's been happening. Niraj was actually throwing punches and Anthony was making him pay for it. That was an interesting like 3 to 5 seconds to see. One thing you're seeing from Niraj Goyat that I find interesting, and I've talked about it, right? Like he'll throw slapping punches. That's kind of interesting to me because that would not be considered to be good boxing by anyone's standards. But what it does is it is just enough impact to interrupt Anthony Taylor to stop whatever he's doing, or at the very least, to keep him busy while something else comes in. So if you're here, right? Peace out, CPT. Merry Christmas, man. Um, if he, if I'm just trying to see if he does it again. I'm trying to see if he does it again. But what I'm talking about, right? Let's say Anthony Taylor throws a jab, right? It hits this side. He might go right over the top of that, or he might throw that slapping punch on the other side. And what that does is it keeps Anthony busy so that he can go like catch the jab, slap, bang, an actual punch, and then maybe the hook, right? That's actually that's actually pretty interesting. I've never seen anybody do that. And the way he implements that into what is considered to be good technical boxing is really interesting. I like it and I want to see more of it. I want to see more of this guy and study a little bit more of him because I'm curious to see if there's any other little quirks that he'll utilize. So it looks like Anthony Taylor's tired. He's there was an exchange that I missed where there was an exchange that I missed when I was talking about that. There was an exchange that I missed when I was talking about that where they both kind of handed it to each other and I think one of them got hurt, you know. Will you show the fight of Tate? Will you show the fight of Tate, sir? Man, bang. So honestly, it's pretty clear to me that our boy Niraj is winning this right now. We're gonna see how this works. He's still got it. He's oh. So there was punching out of the clinch. There was nothing wrong with that. Anthony Taylor didn't like it, but it was perfectly legal. The referee didn't tell them to break. Anthony Taylor broke on his own and he got caught by 2 punches. Then after that, he got caught by an overhand right. I think Niraj might be getting a little bit tired because he's not standing in a range that he can be active in anymore. He's actively running away. He's circling. He isn't even that right hook right there was slow. Um I don't know what the referee stepped in for. Beats me. I think maybe he was telling Goyat like, "Hey, you got to be active. Don't run." Because now Goyat is like on the inside. He's using head movement. He's trying to fight. Um, yeah, yeah. You can see Niraj Goyat is definitely not as quick as he was. He's not as crisp. Ooh, that was a nice right hand from Anthony Taylor. Lands right on the side of Niraj Goyat's head. Um, Goyat's definitely slowing down. Anthony Taylor, if he is tired, he's not really showing it that well. There's a flurry of punches from Goyat, most of them to the body. I don't even think many of them landed, or if they did, they were that soft. Ooh, that was a nice left hook from Goyat, and it actually stumbled Anthony Taylor just a little bit. Interesting. Um, Maybe Goyat's getting his second win. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, he's a lot more active than he was, and he's standing in a range that he can be a little. Ooh, that was head movement into a short overhand right. That was nice. That was nice to see. But Anthony Taylor seems like he is mostly okay. I do think Goyat, even though it seems like maybe he's getting his second win, he has slowed down a little bit. Yeah. So Anthony Taylor had Niraj in the corner. Niraj shrewdly clinched. Excuse me. There's an overhand left from Niraj. So I don't know whose round this is. I got to be honest with you. Like the last few rounds have been Niraj Goyat. The first round was Anthony Taylor. This round I feel like it could go either way. I don't think I'd be angry at anybody for giving that round to Niraj Goyat. Honestly, you know. I guess we shall. We shall see about that. Oh, excuse me. I'm starting to lose steam here on my own. I apologize. Um, all right. Here we are. I believe this might be the last round. Yes, round 6 of 6. Pretty close fight. I don't quite know who it's going to go to, but I would assume it might be going to Niraj. And I think this round is really going to be the make or break for whoever takes this home. Especially if Anthony Taylor can land a knockdown in this round, I think the fight might just be his barely. Um, but I also haven't been paying attention round by round for the most part. I just know that rounds 2 and 3 were pretty good Niraj rounds. And then 4 and 5 were a little bit closer. You know, especially that fifth round was probably the closest round between them. First round I would give to Anthony Taylor for sure. You know, there's some things that I know for sure, other things that I'm like, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. You know. Ooh, there's a nice counter left hook by Niraj. Anthony Taylor coming forward with a cross and a jab, and it doesn't quite land. Niraj tries to throw a left hook, and Anthony Taylor fades back. Anthony Taylor's got to be careful. Niraj has been punching out of the clinch this entire time. Might have been smart for him to try and do it for once. There's a slapping left hook that doesn't land from Niraj, followed by a few more punches that don't really find their mark. Ooh, there was a nice jab from Anthony Taylor, and when they meet on the way in, Niraj ends up pulling him down to the mat. Not to the mat, the thing, the canvas. It's not jujitsu. We don't have mats in boxing. There's a few slapping punches from Niraj, and then a short right hand from Anthony Taylor in the clinch. A little bit of upper body wrestling right now. They're clinching. Anthony Taylor punching at the kidneys, rabbit punching. Just got warned by the referee. Got a little bit under a minute in this fight right now. Niraj using head movement to move in. He's not really landing anything. Anthony Taylor trying to use jabs to keep him out doesn't really land anything either. It's funny, these guys are kind of making each other miss a little bit, you know. It is kind of tough to see what lands and what doesn't exactly. But I have a feeling our Indian Tiger Niraj is going to win. He is going to be the winner, the victor of this contest. as Indians always are. Some the the one of the announcers said the volume is overwhelming Anthony Taylor. The volume is mostly not landing. Like I just saw Niraj miss a ton of slapping punches and keep getting bopped in the head as he was coming in by these short, stiff jabs. You know, and it's like I'm supposed to believe that that is a winning effort. Like I do think Niraj could win this. I think it was close enough. It could go either way, and I wouldn't be upset if it went Niraj's way. You know, he had a really good round two and round three. That's for sure. You know, I'm gonna stand up real quick. So we have a little over a half hour. We have a little over a half hour until the stream starts. We're gonna not the stream, the main event starts, excuse me. I believe we have maybe one or two more fights before it does. I think it might be this and then we um yes, so we have after this Dean the Great versus Amato Vargas, and then we have and then interesting. We have Amato Vargas versus Dean the Great, and then we have Tony Ferguson versus Warren Spencer. Um, and then we have Andrew Tate versus Chase Demoor. What kind of dog do you have, Scott? I have a Liaza Opso. Laza Opso Liaza. You know, however you say that city in Tibet. Um, yeah, he's an old man. He became an old man over the course of like 2 or 3 months. Like it took him like 2 or 3 months to become an old man, you know? And it's really sad. It's really sad, you know? He doesn't play like he used to. He doesn't get excited like he used to. Um, he pisses a lot more. We have to have him wear diapers so he doesn't piss in the house all the time. Um, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, you know. I'm just stretching the legs real quick. I might even take a piss. I'll be right back. stream, the totally legit stream that I paid for. Um, what's it called? It Sorry, I'm just looking around. The totally legit stream was it froze. I guess Niraj Goyat won, so good for him. You know, and one sec, I gotta send a message to my wife real quick. I'll be right there. Hold on. We're back. We're back. The stream I was using went down earlier. Rumble, I think. Yeah, Rumble, and definitely not shrimpstreams.live. Definitely not those. Definitely not there. No, sir. Some government officials believe if you drink blood of children, they can extend their lives many years. I don't believe in that. That's that's a um that's a conspiracy theory. That's a conspiracy theory, sir. Yeah, but the main event fight should start probably around 5, I would guess. If not, maybe 5:30. We'll see how that goes. That's 5 p.m. EST. You know, what kind of dog do you have, Scott? Oh, they're working on a treatment that extends dogs' lives by 30 years. That'd be pretty crazy. That is pretty crazy. You know, um, man. So I'm just checking Instagram. Oh, parrots live like 100 years. Yeah, they do. They really do. You know. It's crazy. So we have Dean the Great, 25 years old, 5'6", 132 pounds. Jeez. 25 is the age of Amato Vargas. He's 5'8", and he was 134 pounds, I believe he was. Dean the Great is pretty fun to watch. He's pretty good. He's pretty good with his hands. We're gonna see how this goes. I don't know anything about Amato Vargas. Who do I think will win? I think it's going to be Andrew Tate. I think that's the smart move. I think that's the smart thought, the smart option, you know. Excuse me. we'll see how that all goes though. Um, Apparently Ilya did a Dana on his own wife. I don't know if I believe that. You know, when I look at Ilya Toporia's wife, I see somebody who is definitely a shark, and you can tell when a UFC fighter has his wife in some kind of promotional picture. Like the UFC has photo shoots for their athletes, and when a wife shows up to the photo shoot and they're taking pictures of the guy and his wife, that's a sign. That is a sign that the wife thinks it's all about her. That she needs some kind of fucking attention. She needs her equal attention cake. You know that Family Guy joke where it's somebody's birthday and then they gave Peter an equal attention cake so that he wouldn't feel like he's not the center of attention and things like that, even though it was somebody else's birthday. That's what that is. That's the woman's equal attention cake. If I ever made it to the UFC, I love my wife. I would shout out to my wife every time I fight. I wouldn't even be afraid to be like, baby, come over here, I love you, on camera and stuff like that. I love my wife that much. Never would I, in the middle of a photo shoot, be like, oh, and by the way, I want a picture of me and my wife together, and I'm gonna be in the UFC outfit with the UFC gloves on, and I'm gonna have my belt, and I would never do that. My wife has nothing to do with any of my success in terms of martial arts. My wife is my wife in there? Is my wife in there sparring with me? Is she studying film with me, being like, you see there, when you fake that shot, he bites on it all the time. So maybe you should fake a shot and then go with an overhand right. No. No, of course not. Like, she's sitting at home doing nothing is what she's doing. And it is a classic it is a classic shithead woman move. It is a classic shithead wife who thinks that marrying a successful man is the same as being a successful man. It is the classic shithead wife move to be like, actually he hit me. Actually, he made me feel threatened once. Actually, he said this thing to me once and it made me feel scared. That's what they do. That's what these money grubbing bitches do. And it is disgusting. So yeah, I don't believe Ilya Taporia hit his wife. I don't believe she did. I don't believe he hit her. I think she's a liar. I think she's a dirty fucking liar, is what she is. And there's this weird it's not even just with women, right? But it's with everybody. It's like you're not allowed to call people liars in today's world. Looks like Dean's got gray hairs in his beard. Um um what was I going to say? Um Sorry, I got distracted by the reason we're here right now. Um, you're not allowed to call people liars anymore. Like, have you ever insinuated that a cop made something up, and just the absolute skepticism towards you after that? You know, like a cop. It doesn't even have to be like an authority figure. It could just be anybody. Like the idea that somebody has an accusation that they make and you're like, nah, you're a liar. The way people react is just like, "Oh, what, you think people would actually make stuff like that up? Yeah, it happens all the time. Are you kidding me? All the fucking time, constantly, all day, every day. So we have wild swings and misses from Amado, Ama, Amado Vargas, excuse me. Some wild swings and misses and an attempted takedown from Dean the Great. Dean the Great is getting hit in the back of the head right now. The referee needs to put a stop to that. He needs to, yeah, he's having a little talk with him right now. So Amato Vargas is absolutely letting them have it. He hasn't really landed anything of note or of value. Ooh, that was a swing and a miss from Amato Vargas. Now we are back in the clinch right now. So Dean the Great relying on that clinch, it's not a bad idea given the given the way that Amato Vargas is fighting right now. He's got to slow this fight down. He's got to really make sure that Amato can't just get away with these fucking shots that he's throwing. And he's getting hit in the clinch, I will say, but I don't know if those are counting. Ooh, that was a nice short right hand on the counter after a pullback, and then another short right hand from Dean the Great. Dean the Great's first offense, he lands a couple of right hands, pretty good too. So Amato is he's just swinging wide swings, wide misses. He's telegraphing what he's throwing. He needs to keep it compact. He needs to stay nice, compact. He's a lot bigger than Dean the Great. He's a lot taller. He needs to keep it nice and compact. Punches right down the middle. Again, like double, triple jabs. He's got a jab going forward, jab going back. Um, you know, Amato throws a right hook to the body. It may have landed another right hook to the body that I do believe landed that time. So Dean's starting to settle in a little bit, Amato is starting to find his targets a little bit, but I think that's mainly because Dean is settling in. He's not running away as much. He's waiting for the counter. So Amato's got to be very careful with that. We're seeing some punches in close. Bot Slayer stream. It really is, Zach. It really fucking is. Who's going to win, Aziz or Craig? I don't know. I don't know who Aziz and Craig is. There's a jab to the body from Dean the Great. That's really the only thing that's landed over the last few seconds. Hard to see what's going on right now. The ref is in the way, and they don't have a better camera angle. I guess that's a little bit annoying. But that is the end of round one. I would definitely give that round to Dean the Great. I don't know of anything really that big that landed from Amato. I mean, the thing is, ring generalship matters quite a bit in boxing. So if there aren't a ton of punches that are landing from either guy, a lot of the time they'll start to kind of look at who is controlling the ring, and that was definitely Amato. So it's kind of tough. Like on one hand, it's like, yeah, I think Dean the Great won that because he really is the only one who landed cleanly and did any kind of like serious damage or anything like that. But on the other hand, he didn't land that much, and Amato was more active and he was more in control of where the fight was at any given point. So like it's kind of tough to tell what's going on inside the head of a judge or anything like that. I guess we'll see what happens. I'm reading the Twitch chat. I'm just ignoring people who come in here like fucking idiots to be like, "Are you gonna fucking show the stream? Where can I watch? What time is the stream?" I'm not Google, you fucking idiots. Get out of here. And I ain't gonna repeat what I say every 30 seconds just because you popped in. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, there's a lot of fighting in the clinch here, and the referee is not a big fan of it, but he's letting it go so long as it makes a little bit of sense. Those wide shots, really, really wide body shots, to the point where I don't know how much damage they're actually going to do if they land. I think he really needs, meaning Amato, really needs to focus more on landing clean, crisp, and compact punches. Because you would think that those punches would hurt more because you're like really using a lot of your body. But the thing is, when your arm straightens out, that takes power away. You know, you want to be landing like that. You know, you want to be landing at this angle whenever you can, or maybe a little bit wider. You don't want to like throw like a wide ass body shot like that, or even a hook to the head or anything. You know, that was a nice hook. It may have been deflected by Dean the Great. These guys are quick and things are happening so fast, and there's a lot of fighting from the clinch, so it almost kind of is hard to tell you exactly what's going on. You know, so they're kind of trading each other right now. Specifically, honestly, when Amato throws his jab, it's money. When he throws his left hook to the body, it's pretty good. Amato has a good jab and he has a good left hook to the body. He needs to make sure he's using that jab to set everything up, including right hands, whether they're to the body or the head. He's using his jab to control the pace whenever he does, but when he stops using the jab, all of a sudden it's looking a lot sloppier. You know, I think Dean could eventually figure this out. Couple of punches from the clinch, one of them when Dean was down. You know, I think Dean, like I said, I think Dean can figure it out, but it's going to take him a round or two, you know? Speaking of which, we are approaching the end of this round right here. I gotta forget which round it is, if I'm being honest with you. Ooh, that was a nice overhand right from Dean to finish the round. Like I said, um, who the fuck did who the fuck does this guy think he is? I'm Scott Sullivan, motherfucker. Eat shit. Fucking eat shit and die. What do you want? Who does this guy think he is? I'm the guy whose stream you came to. I, I didn't seek you out. Put my dick in your mouth. Shut up. You know? Holy shit. Anyway, I understand pro fighters will return, but I wonder about influencer pros. What do you mean about influencer pros? If you answered before, sorry I missed it, but I was wondering if you thought Jake would fight again. Of course he'll fight again. His pride. He's got too much pride to get his jaw broken and then be like, all right, I guess I'm done. Teehee. No, like he is gonna come back. Anthony Joshua was obviously he bit off more than he can chew, so much so that it broke his jaw in two places. Um, you know, that jaw is gonna heal, and you know, he's gonna take other fights. They may not be against big names. They may not even be against big names, you know. But I guess we'll see. Excuse me. Um, yeah, there's a lot of people who came to the Twitch to my Twitch channel, and they're just asking the same question over and over again, and it's like, I'm some fucking guy. I don't have the answers to this shit. Go to Google and ask, you know? Man. Anyway, so we are. Oh, there is a big swing and a miss. So for some reason it skipped ahead on me. We are now at 2 minutes and 13 seconds in this round three. I don't know why it skipped ahead on me. I don't know what happened, but there was a break in the action before that big swing and a miss from Amato. I'm wondering if somebody hit the ground somehow, some way. Ooh, there's some inside shots from Amato, which is interesting because he's much taller than Dean the Great, and yet he is striking sometimes a little bit more effectively in the clinch. Dean has to get active, you know. He's Amato's turning this into a street fight, and Dean is not a street fighter. You know, Dean's a very clean boxer, and Amato's having his way because Dean is not allowing himself to fight like it's a street fight. He's still waiting for the slick counter, the slick punch that he can land, but it's just not working. He's getting outworked right now. That's all it is. He needs to, there's a jab followed by a short right hand by Dean the Great. There's a body shot from Amato, and then a body shot from Dean the Great. There's a jab cross from Amato, and there is a shot as they are breaking from the clinch. There was a double cross. Basically threw two crosses like he was throwing jabs, and then he threw a left hook to get off of the ropes. Ooh, they trade right hands there. Dean slipped and he landed that right hand. There is a right hand from Amato Vargas. You see, it's like I said, Dean the Great needs. This is a barroom brawl that he's in the middle of right now, whether he likes it or not. He has to be willing to try throwing from that clinch, and he has to move forward through the fire, and he has to really try to land. You know, that's just what he's got to do. You know, there's no other choice. He's got no other choice. You know, and there is the end of the third round. Right now, I don't think there is any question who is winning this fight. It is 100%. It is 100% Amato. You know, that just is what it is. That just is what it is. You know. Lots of inbreds wandering into the stream today. Yep. Oh yeah. You know, if you're here on YouTube or Discord and you're enjoying this, I appreciate you being here. All right. If you're not enjoying it, I still appreciate you popping in. Just get the hell out of here if you're not enjoying it. Don't bitch at me. I ain't gonna change. Fucking fuck that and fuck you. Think I'm gonna change for you? Think I'm gonna do what you want? Why? Cause you're you? Fuck off. I'm me. You know. Anyway, we are about to enter the fourth of 6 rounds, and it's not looking too great for Dean the Great right now. It's looking very Dean ungreat, and we're gonna see if Dean can dig this out. Dean's a very talented boxer, but I think maybe that was a nice overhand fall by a left hook. It looks like the left hook landed from Dean, and of course there is fighting from the clinch. Dean needs a little bit less complaining about the clinch, and he needs to just fight. He needs to just fight. I'm wondering if they're gonna take a point from this dude. I think they might have taken a point from the dude. I don't know for sure. I don't know that they should have taken the point from him though. They called a timeout. You know, they called a timeout. They're giving Dean. Yep, yeah. They just took a point from Amato. I don't know why. There is nothing wrong with what he was doing there. Those punches were not to the back of the head. They were to behind the ear. Behind the ear is legal. Behind the ear is legal. That is kind of a bullshit thing to do. Dean the Great is losing this fight. It just is what it is. He took a fight with a dude that was too big for him, and maybe he was a little bit more experienced, and he has a way of fighting that, even though it's not as clean as Dean's, it's working. And Dean, instead of making the adjustment, he's just kind of bitching about, you know, clinching and stuff like that. What's going on, Heath Holloway? How you doing, man? That is a nice body shot from Amato Vargas. So if Amato Vargas wants to make this round even, he's got to score a knockdown. He can't even just outstrike Dean. It's going to be a 10-8 round, a 10-8 round. It's going to be a it's going to be at best a 9-9 round, you know, at best. This round will be a draw unless he can score a takedown, in which case it would be a 9-8 round. Mm. The announcer said he's getting bullied. Yeah, Dean the Great is kind of getting bullied, you know. And he's allowing himself to get bullied, you know. There's a point where you just got to shut up and fight, and you just got to do whatever it is you got to do, well, or else you're going to lose, you know. Losing is always an option. People say losing is not an option. Failure is not an option. Nah, failure is always an option. You choose to fail. whether you realize it or not. And it's not something that we love the idea of, but you can choose to fail for sure. That was a nice counter right by Dean. It looks like it landed. Um, and right now, truthfully, Dean is choosing to fail. He's choosing to fail by looking to the referee to solve problems for him, and he's not fighting the fight that is being given to him. You know, there's a nice little jab cross from Dean a second ago. I will say that. You know, there's a cross from Dean. When Dean throws, he lands. He's just not throwing because he's allowing Vargas to take the initiative. He's allowing Vargas to fight however he wants. You know, it's not good for him. So, I mean, if it's not obvious, Dean really needs to focus on street fighting, you know? Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Dean really needs to focus on street fighting. And you see what I was talking about. The referees just said that what he did was legal. When he got that point taken away, that was a legal shot. It was not behind the head. All right. Some thudding shots from Amato Vargas. Those body shots really are working wonders for him. I think that's also not making it any easier for Dean the Great. Is that this entire fight, Amato Vargas has been making deposits to the body, you know, and they're starting, especially in these later rounds, they're really gonna pay off like a motherfucker. Dean the Great, you know, throwing a little bit more. He's a little bit more active. You know, Amato Vargas trying to make sure he either beats him to the punch or he doesn't let Dean get the last word. You know. A double jab to a loaded up hook to the body was that's the that I would not want to get hit with that. Those hurt. Those do fucking hurt, you know. And they cause anxiety. You get hit with enough of them, you see them loading up for that. You think, oh shit, I don't want to get hit with that again. Maybe you lower your hands. Maybe you lower your hands to protect the body, and then bang. Oops, it wasn't a body shot. It was actually a left hook to the head. I'm waiting to see if something like that happens from Amato Vargas. You know, bang, cross down the middle. They traded crosses, but I think Amato got the better of it, and then he throws that left hook to the body. You know, Dean the Great is 6-0. He's really good, and I think it's easy to I think it's easy to forget that he is pretty under experienced. This Amato Vargas guy is like 14-0 or something like that. You know, like this is a guy who he's been fighting for longer, or at the very least, he's been more active. That plays quite the role. That plays quite the role. You know, there is a right hook attempt from Dean, but it is stepped in on. Does not land. Got a little under 30 seconds in this sixth round. No, this is the fifth round. The fifth round of six, I believe. Yes, this is round number 5 of 6. So we have one more round after. Ooh, that was a nice left hook from Dean the Great. That was a nice left hook from Dean the Great. That hurt Amato. That hurt Amato. He did a good job of hiding it, but you can tell it hurt him from the way his head snapped and the way he immediately got a little bit more timid and the way he reverted to a shell. He shelled up and he just sat there. He pressured Dean to try and kind of like force his hand a little bit, you know. But yeah, that was the best shot of the whole fight from Dean the Great, and that hurt. That hurt Amato, you know. Hello, hello. I'm streaming. Hold on. You're good. You're good. You grabbed me something? Oh, thank you. No, I did. I just didn't think you would. Because we were gonna do other stuff later. I figured you were gonna be like, oh well, fuck it, You want a kiss? Thank you. All right. The wife is home. She brought me a soda. So this is the sixth and final round, and the only thing that's gonna help Dean is a knockout. That's it, And I don't know. Maybe he's got the power. Maybe he doesn't. The thing about Amato Vargas is that he is oversized for the division that they're fighting in. At least I believe they are. I don't know if Dean maybe stepped up in weight. Excuse me. I don't know if Dean maybe stepped up in weight or something like that. He could have. But regardless, Dean is he's got to start landing, and he's got to land clean. And I mean real clean, you know. My dog came in the room. I should have picked him up and showed you guys. Should have had him say hello. This jab cross down the middle from Vargas. It lands on Dean. There's another jab cross, from a southpaw stance, jab cross instead of jab cross. He just punched him in the ass. Amato Vargas just punched Dean the Great in the ass, basically. And you could see Dean was like, the fuck? That was a nice shot from Amato Vargas. Nice short right hand. There's a jab from Amato Vargas. There's a jab from Dean the Great that lands. There's a jab from Amato Vargas that lands. Amato's just picking Dean apart, and it's tough because like you can tell Dean isn't completely out. He's beat, but he's not out, and it's like you just wonder, like I don't know, will he land the one? Will he maybe land the one? I don't know. Oh, that is a clear. There was a clear shot after the break, way after the break. That was not okay. I'm surprised he didn't take a point for that from Amato Vargas. Amato Vargas moving in. About 15 seconds left in this contest right now, and if something doesn't happen in the next 10, it is going to be Amato Vargas's night. Ooh, that's a nice uppercut from Dean the Great. Nice hook from Amato Vargas. Dean the Great trying to let him have it. And that is all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. That is the end of the fight. No question, Amato Vargas takes that home. No question at all. Hey, it is what it is. I like Dean the Great. He's fun. He's fun to watch. He's fun to see. He's fun to see fight. I appreciate the guy. I appreciate the guy as an influencer boxer. But it was just not his night. He got outworked. Is the best way to put it. He got outworked. You going somewhere?
Gotta take Diane to CVS.
Oh, okay. Love you. Oh man. Who won? I'd say it's probably Amato Vargas. They're about to announce that soon. What was I gonna say? We have one more fight until the main event. So we're gonna have one fight. I would assume it's gonna be another 6-rounder. Maybe it'll be an 8-rounder. I don't know. I don't know how long the main event's gonna be. I would assume the main event's gonna be longer. I would guess. But we will see about that. Excuse me. But yeah, I mean, sometime between 5:30 and 6 p.m. is when the main event is gonna start. And how long have I been streaming for? It's been a little over 4 hours. So yeah, it's a pretty good size stream. It's not bad, not bad, you know. I put a new 4Gs on the Jeep. I put a new 4Gs on the Jeep. I wanted to see what my Twitch stream is looking like specifically right now. Excuse me. I would appreciate if you're watching on YouTube if you would leave a like, even though most of you who are watching on Twitch right now will not return. I know you're not going to come back. I would appreciate if you would follow me on Twitch, or if you're watching on Kick, I would appreciate if you follow me on Kick as well. I don't know if anybody is actually watching on Kick. Let's check in on the Kick. My name's Scott. It's nice to meet you. I like mixed martial arts. I like boxing, combat sports in general. I also talk about like any politics or topical issues or just anything. You have a question for me, I try my best to help you out with an answer. I like to play video games and stuff like that. Just general streamer bullshit. General dumbass like fucking streamer idiot bullshit. Um, nobody's even here right now. I'm the one viewer on my own Twitch, on my own Kick channel, so that is what it is. Do a shot with me. I don't have any alcohol that I feel like drinking. uh I don't know if Dean the Great did or said anything, but Amado Vargas chirping right now, you know. Oh, Dean Dean called his mom a fat bitch. that's 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 funny as fuck. Your mom's a fat bitch. And I he's got fucking cholo. He's got cholo buddies in his corner. That's funny as shit. ASA. Wonder if the main event will be better or worse than these. I think it's gonna be interesting. I think it's gonna be interesting. You know, that's for sure. Mention that you were friends with Sam Hyde. Yeah, me and Sam Hyde are cool. I used to be I'm a has been. I used to be involved in MDE stuff. Um, I also helped a bunch of YouTubers and other people get ready for fights and stuff like that too. Like I appreciate you not calling my mom a fat bitch. But yeah, if any of you know who Sam Hyde is and you don't know who I am, I was Sam Hyde's boxing coach. I helped Brandon Buckingham as well. I helped Harley Morenstein because Sam brought me into those training camps. I helped Froggy Fresh. I helped the quartering as well. So yeah, I was on Fish Tank Live as well. Um, yeah. So there's there's that. There's that. There's that. Um, what was I about to do? I was about to do something. I was about to check something. Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking. I'm just looking around. Sorry, I don't mean to be like silent. I'm just I'm just recharging a little bit. I'm checking my phone real quick as well. Um but yeah, I think the main event's gonna be interesting. I think it'll either be pretty good or I think it's gonna be like almost like a clown show of like Andrew Tate just clowning on what's his face. Um, you know. Ah, yes, okay. I never pass more than like 15 to 20 concurrent viewers, but on this stream I have 826 total views. The average view duration is 3 minutes and 50 seconds. That's funny. That's funny as shit. Anyway, so yeah, they're doing that. They're doing that typical stalling thing. They're doing that bullshit. But it's going to be Tony Ferguson versus Warren Spencer up next, and we're going to see how that goes. Tony Ferguson sort of recently broke his like 7 or 8 fight losing streak. That stemmed all the way from back from the UFC to now. So There's that. Yeah, I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna stretch my legs again just to be sure I'm good. Oh man. I'm right here. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm still here. So we got Tony Ferguson, 41 years old, 5'11", 163 pounds. We got Warren Spencer, 32 years old, 5'10", 164 pounds. Just about 165. Ah, man. So yeah, we're gonna see how this goes. Bots are batting 300. All right, so we got Warren Spencer coming in the. Oh, my Doginho wants to come in. I'm gonna let him in. Hey, dummy. What do you want, dummy? What do you want, dummy? No. Hey, gotta pick you up. Oh, good boy. Oh, you smell. You're smelly. You're a smelly boy. Hey, There he is. He's blind. He can't see you guys. You're blind. You're blindinho. You're a blind fuckhead. He's from Brazil. We actually, my wife's family had him in Brazil, and it's been like 4, maybe getting close to 5 years. We what's it called? We brought him from Brazil to here. Good boy, good boy, good boy, good boy, good boy. All right, I'm putting you down. Oh, oh. He's knocking everything over. What are you doing, dummy? What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, who do they got? Fuck, it's the fight night guy. It's crazy how rappers just started like literally dressing gay. It's crazy. It's like it's crazy how rappers started wearing like ripped jeans, like ripped baggy jeans and sweaters that literally make them look like they're like gay dudes dressing for the fall time. Playing this dude is this one of the Migos? I forget. I forget if this is one of the Migos. Fucking it's just funny. It's just funny seeing this dude play songs from like 11, 12 years ago that even longer sometimes that nobody remembers or like even cares about that much, you know. It's funny how unculturally relevant rap music has become, where it's like anything that's older than like 2 or 3 years is like, yeah, who listens to that anymore, you know? I've said it for a little while, but rap was never anything more than like a party trick that you might get annoyed by after 5 minutes of it. And I listen to hip hop, not like I used to, but like, you know, I do enjoy it. It is fun, but it's not like an art form. It's like it's McDonald's, you know? It's musical McDonald's, where it's like, if I don't want something gourmet, if I just want something quick and easy and it's fun and I enjoy eating it. Like, not that I don't enjoy all music that I listen to. If I didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't listen to it. But it's not complicated, and I might even feel a little bit bad that I did it later. If we're being honest, I'll go for rap. I'll listen to some rap. But like, this is hip hop is like, it was a cultural icon. Thank you very much, Omenair, for following me on a kick. Thank you very much for the kick follow. But um yeah, you see, like, they astroturfed a party trick into a cultural institution within America, and we've seen the results of that, and it's been terrible. YN culture is a thing now, and it's been a thing since I was like 18 or 19. Drill music, you know. It's just not good. It's just not good. It just sucks, you know. And it is what it is. It is what it is. But like, it's just funny to this dude who, like I said, I think he might be one of the Migos or something like that. Um, this dude is like, he's rapping songs that are like 13, 14 years old, and you're just like, pack it up, grandpa. you know pack it the fuck up, man. What are you doing? Get out of here. If Tate loses, it'll be an unrecoverable aura loss for sure. For sure. Joe Rogers says, "Wish we had stretch cam." I was doing the Bring It Around Town from SpongeBob. I was up, and I was like, "Bring it around town, bring it around town." Yeah. Late rap is more enjoyable. I like cloud rap and shit, or something underground. Most of it was industrialized early on. I disagree. I think older rap is a little bit more enjoyable. I don't feel as bad about older rap too. That's the other piece about it, where like, there's something about older rap that I can at least kind of appreciate, I guess, because back then it was a little bit more artisty, I guess. But maybe it was just because it was novel. That's probably what it was, is that it was novel, and people were not fatigued. There wasn't a saturation yet, like there is now, where anybody with a microphone like this will like clear their closet out and put like two pieces of foam soundboard, like, what, like this, and they'll start trying to drop beats and stuff. Not beats. They'll start trying to drop bars and shit. It's like, yeah, get out of here. Like, how old? I like early golden age hip hop. Yeah, like from the early 90s to the late 2000s, I would say, was like really, like, I can appreciate that hip hop. But even then, like, you can see the seeds of what was like some really shitty music being planted in like a lot of what like Lil Wayne was doing around like year like 2008, 2009, you know. And then Drake hits the scene, you know. And you have that YOLO song. You remember how awful it was to have to listen to that fucking YOLO song all the time? That's the motto. Would be YOLO, and we bought it a day. It's like, I wanted to hit people with desks, you know. But everybody was fucking saying it constantly. It was the worst. It was the worst. Gotta close the door. I'm a close the door. Okay, we're conflating rap with hip hop. Never mind then. I don't see a difference between the two. I got to be honest with you. It's kind of like when two people. No, it's kind of like metal bands. Like, yeah, sure, there's a difference between say Metallica and Cannibal Corpse, but it is all metal at the end of the day. You know, I think hip hop is rap at the end of the day. You know, um, and like you get to a point where like somebody like Whitechapel, right? I used to listen to Whitechapel. Whitechapel is not all that different from Cannibal Corpse, if we're being honest here. They may play at different tempos and stuff like that, but like I don't see a reason not to put Whitechapel and Cannibal Corpse in the same boat. I don't see a reason not to. They're similar enough, you know. Um, so it's like whatever, you know. One moment, please. It's it's only 5:30. It feels like it's like 7 or 8 p.m., maybe even 9. I don't like that. Like I like to stream late in the day when I don't have anything else to do. I like when I stream to do so and then the most I have to do after is just eat dinner and then I can start unwinding. That's what I like to do. That's what I want to do. Tony El Cuckold Ferguson. Anyway, um, um, what was I gonna say? Yeah, like I like to stream later in the day because afterwards, the most I have to do is eat dinner and then I can start unwinding. Last night's stream, what I did after, I got up, I took a piss, I sat right back down in this chair, and I started playing Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. That's a game I'm making my way through right now. After KOTOR, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I might replay some Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. I might play the Malkavian playthrough after that. We'll see though. We'll see what happens. Either that or if I can get KOTOR 2. I believe there was a KOTOR 2. I believe there was. If there is, maybe I'll play that. Maybe we'll see. Um, I got to play through all these games that I missed out on when I was a kid, is what I got to do. And that's what I'm trying to do right now. But anyway, so we have round one of Ferguson versus Spencer. Tony Ferguson in the white trunks, Warren Spencer in the gold and black, befitting a British man. The, the Warren Spencer in the black and tan, befitting a British man. Um, So Warren Spencer, some nice compact, snappy jabs, going body head as well. So there was a nice little popping jab from Tony Ferguson. Tony's doing an all right job whenever he can of parrying the jab and returning with his own. He's doing a good job of that. You know, the thing about Tony Ferguson, Tony Ferguson. The thing about Tony Ferguson is even at this age, like he's still pretty fucking dangerous. You know, he's facing top talent in the UFC still. They're not giving him easier fights. They're still giving him tough fights in the UFC and he's just losing. It happens, you know? Like Tony Ferguson is dangerous. Even now, you know? Tony Ferguson kind of walking Spencer down right now. There's a jab followed by a hook and then a rear hand, none of which really landed. Ooh, there's a jab cross up the middle. Looks like the cross may have landed from Spencer. Tony tried to counter with a check hook. I don't think it landed. Kind of pushing a jab there. Warren Spencer and Tony Ferguson just touching the body with his jab. There's a check hook and then a sort of stiff jab from Spencer. Somebody got hit. I think it might have been Spencer with a short overhand. There's a cross to the body from Spencer. Nice popping jab from Tony. There's a even bigger popping jab from Spencer. The thing about Tony Ferguson is that he throws everything sort of soft. He never really he isn't big on exerting. He's not going to get into like a big firefight where he's trying to like absolutely take your head off. He's just going to keep walking you down. He's going to use pressure and he's going to use pace and he's just going to keep touching you. He's just going to keep putting hands on you just hard enough and just enough times that you start to get frustrated and you also start to get tired. And then if there is going to be a knockout, that's where the knockout will come from, is one of those punches lands just clean enough, just sharp enough to rattle you in your already tired state. And ooh, that was a nice uppercut hook from Tony Ferguson. The uppercut looks like it landed the hook. I don't believe it did. And that's what Tony's doing right now. Now, Warren Spencer is not doing a bad job of trying to mitigate that, but he's got to be careful. He's got to, I think he should focus on fighting the inside, because the thing about Tony Ferguson is that you don't really fight. You don't box from the inside a lot in MMA. You have dirty boxing and stuff like that where, you'll clinch and you'll throw punches. What I want to see is Spencer try and step in on one of those jabs. I want to see him slip out of the way and move in on those jabs and see if he can just land one or two good shots. Throw like a 3-punch combo, and if only like one or two of them lands, hey, that's fine, and then get the hell out of there. I want to see him be the rock that Tony breaks himself off of, I think he's also got to use a lot of framing off the hands. He's got to find ways to stop Tony's forward momentum, That's going to be a big piece for Warren Spencer if he is going to win this fight. It's a co-main event, and apparently there is only going to be either 5 or 6 rounds. These are some pretty short fights, including for a main event, and all of them, most of them anyway, have been championship fights. So that's pretty crazy. Anyway. There's a swing and a miss, a left hook from Warren Spencer. Double jab from Tony Ferguson moving in. There's a stiff jab from Tony. I think he might have ate a jab too. And then there's another jab from Tony. There's a jab from Tony deflected. Spencer doing a good job of using head movement to get out of the way of all those punches from Tony. Ooh, there's a nice left hand, followed by another left hand from Spencer, followed by another left hand. I believe the third left hand may have glanced. Warren Spencer against the ropes right now. He's got to be careful of that. There's a jab missed from Spencer. Ooh, nice 2-piece from Spencer. It looked like Ferguson tried to throw a hook to counter it. I don't know if it landed. There's a cross down the middle. I think it got deflected from Spencer. There's a jab and then another cross from Spencer. There's a jab cross from Tony Ferguson, and you could tell Spencer did not really like that very much, Tony Ferguson doesn't knock you out in one shot. He just really gets on your fucking nerves. And here we are with Tony Ferguson. Ooh, Tony Ferguson punching the back of the head. I believe that's Warren Spencer's fault that he got hit in the back of the head. If you're gonna grab somebody's arm and turn around and you're gonna start trying to run away from them, you protect yourself at all times. You don't give him the back of your head and then get mad when he takes that. You turn around, you face him like a fucking man, So yeah, Warren Spencer was in some trouble there. I think he got hurt, and Ferguson was really starting to follow up. And that's the thing about Tony Ferguson. Ooh, nice jab, followed by a cross from Tony Ferguson. And there is a knockdown from Tony Ferguson. And Spencer is claiming back of the head. That did not happen. I don't know what the fuck he is trying to talk about. Tony Ferguson Tony Ferguson, I don't think he realizes he has to get to a neutral corner. He doesn't even know which corner is neutral. He has to get to a neutral corner, and it took forever to get there. Then he went to the red corner. That is pretty funny to see. But the thing about Tony Ferguson that really sucks if you have to fight him is he's so good at just being able to touch you up. He'll just bop, 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 and it'll all land, and it'll hurt, and you'll be like, fuck, this sucks. And when he does actually hurt you, when he rocks you and you're in trouble, there's no wide swing and miss that you can easily evade, and you can maybe even try and like desperately fight back. No, he hits you, you're like, ah, that sucks. Let me take a second. And then he finds ways to just keep on fucking touching you. And it's so annoying to have to fight somebody like that. I spar with somebody like that every now and again, where he doesn't even have to throw hard. He's just gonna bop, bop, just touch, 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 touch. And it's like shit, dude. It is just never ending. You don't have a second to rest. It's relentless. It's the only word you could really use for it is just relentless. You know. Anyway, all right. So we have round number 3 of what is still. I don't know if it's going to be 5 or 6. I forget. But ooh, Warren Spencer is already in trouble, and my totally legit stream just froze in the middle of Warren Spencer being in trouble. So that's nice. Um, Apparently, somebody tried to DDoS the guy, the stream earlier. I guess Rumble is susceptible to DDoSes. Excuse me. Excuse me. Anyway, Tony Ferguson pushing not even pushing, walking Warren Spencer up against the ropes, and then trying to break away to throw punches. It's pretty clear Warren Spencer is in a little bit of trouble here. He's got to be really careful about how he's going to do this, It's like I said, he needs to be the Rock that Tony Ferguson. Ooh, that was a nice return from Spencer. Left hands and then a right hand. He needs to be the Rock that Tony Ferguson. He needs to be the Rock that Tony Ferguson breaks himself on, He can't be trying to fight from the range that he's fighting at. He's going to lose that. He's just going to tire himself out, and he's going to keep getting bopped, Tony's too comfortable at that range. That was some nice head movement from Tony, actually. He's got to get to the inside and throw those uppercuts and those hooks is what he has to do, There's some jabs. Oh, there's a right hook from Tony, very similar to the punches that hurt. What's his face in round 1? Some nice jabs from Warren Spencer there. Ooh, there's a right hook from Ferguson that landed on Spencer. Spencer against the ropes right now. He just got off, though. Left hook followed by a right hand from Spencer. The right hand and another right hand lands from Spencer. But then Tony Ferguson lands another one. Ooh, jab cross, and then a hook lands on Spencer. There's some punch to the body, and now Tony is letting him have it to the head. Spencer desperately trying to throw. Landing some, not really all of them. Ooh, okay. Okay, Spencer's head movement is serving him pretty well right now, but Tony Ferguson is in close, and he's winning that battle in close. Just touching him again. Just touching him up. Nothing too crazy, I believe we have 10 seconds left in this round, and we're going to... what the fuck? We're going to see what happens. And that is the end of the round in what has been a actually pretty good fight so far. Tony Ferguson literally turned around. He turned around. Where the fuck did these bots come from, dude? Fucking... from hell. From hell is where they came from, Man. Bang. You see just a jab cross right down the middle. And then you see the jab cross down the middle that hurt him, right? And then you see a cross to the body that bends him over, and you see a hook up top. It's really good boxing, man. Really good boxing. He faked low. He went jab cross, bang. That hook is what is it added insult to injury, and then he walks him back to the ropes, cross to the body, hook to the head. That was beautiful. He tried to lower the hands by going to the body, and then come up top to the head. And luckily for Warren Spencer, he didn't bite, but he still got hit to the body, and that definitely hurt him. You could see he gets hit, and he doubles over a little bit. Ooh, that was a nice left hook from Warren Spencer, but unfortunately it did not hurt Tony. It's a jab that misses from Warren, and nice jab cross from Warren Spencer. There's a stiff jab from Tony, like a piston. There's another jab as Warren Spencer tries to swarm. Jab from Warren Spencer doesn't make contact. Neither does a left hook from Tony Ferguson. There's a jab from Spencer, and then a jab from Ferguson, none of which land. There's another jab from Ferguson. Ooh, a swing and a miss from Warren Spencer, who comes with a left hook. It's a jab from Spencer, doesn't really land. You can tell some of these punches from Spencer are more desperation. They're just trying to keep him away more so than they are actually going to land something that what looked like a jab cross from Ferguson. I was rubbing my eye a little bit. Just trading jabs right now. Spencer kind of on the run a little bit, but that was a nice combination from him. A nice jab cross, and then he might have landed the hook too. Might have. Potentially. Possibly. Nice double jab from Spencer. Nice jab. Right hook from Tony Ferguson may have snuck through. That was a nice jab cross from Tony Ferguson. The cross definitely snuck through. You could see it kind of jostle Spencer's head a little bit. There's a jab that comes up the middle. Ooh, there's a cross to the body that seemed to hurt Tony Ferguson. Oh, Ferguson's hurt. That cross to the body hurt Tony Ferguson. That definitely hurt Tony Ferguson. And then he took a jab and then another cross. You could tell that cross to the body hurt Tony. And that would have been the start of a knockdown or potential fight-ending sequence. But Tony was smart about it. He used a little bit of his dirty boxing experience. He snapped him down against the ropes. Yeah, you can see Tony. You can see Tony Ferguson. He's got his hand low. I think he might have really. Ooh, there's a cross to the head. Hook to the head from what's his face, Warren Spencer. I think Tony Ferguson may have a broken rib, cracked or broken, because the way he's protecting, he's got his hand down here right now, and he's not lifting it up for anything, and he's choosing to take punches to the head rather than lift his left arm to protect, which would give you access to the ribs. That is interesting. It is interesting. Bang! That was a nice left hook. That was probably bang cross from Spencer. That was probably Spencer's best round so far. I would not be mad if somebody gave that round to Spencer. I think Tony Ferguson is firmly in the lead. I want to see that. I want to see that shot to the ribs though. That clearly had him hurt. They gotta show us. They gotta show us that cross to the body that Spencer landed. They didn't show us. Either that or I missed it. Will you stream the fight on here? Says Durlo Curlo. No, I'm not gonna stream the fight on here because I'll get copyright claimed, which will get my channel taken down. I am doing commentary for the fight. I'll answer that question one last time before I go back to ignoring people who come in here to be like, "Are you gonna fucking stream the fight here, dude?" It's like, I understand if you can't afford the $99. I can't afford the $99, but you know, that's a you problem, not a me problem. Don't come in here asking me, are you fucking streaming, dude? That's all I've had in my Twitch chat for fucking like the last 5 hours has been, you are you streaming, dude? Stream the fight here, dude. All you do is fucking yap, dude. Quit fucking yapping. There was a nice right hand from Warren Spencer right there. This could be anybody's fight depending on how it's scored. There was a knockdown for Tony Ferguson in round, I believe it was like 2 or 3. And I believe this is the last round of the fight, but we will see. You know, we're gonna see how it all goes. But Tony Ferguson, you know, he's not backing down as usual. He's doing well. By the way, Durlo Curlo, I don't mean to be rude to you. I'm not being rude to you. I'm being rude to everybody on fucking Twitch. You know. Hello, sir. Do you stream the fight, sir? Will you show us the stream, sir? Please, please, sir. Help me, sir. I am Indian, please. There's a jab from Tony Ferguson. There's left hook, right hook. Approaching the final minute of this fight right now, and we are going to see if Warren Spencer can try his best to finish this, because there is a chance that he needs a finish. There's a chance he needs a finish, you know? There's a big jab. I'm hearing that somebody lost a tooth. Warren Spencer, maybe? That's pretty crazy. Is Tony Ferguson kind of, you know, just touching him up. Warren Spencer doesn't really like it. He tries to throw a right hook, left hook combo. Big swing and a miss from Warren Spencer. Men, are you making fun of me, sir? Ooh, nice overhand from Spencer. Ooh, Spencer is hurt. Spencer is hurt. Spencer is hurt, and if the rope was keeping Spencer up, they should have classified that as a knockdown. If you are clearly going to fall back and the rope keeps you up, that is a knockdown on you know, that is a knockdown, you know. They need to count that. They should have counted that. They should have counted that. They should have 8 counted Warren Spencer. He would have been fine. He would have made it to the 8 count. He would have been good. But that does matter. If for whatever reason Tony Ferguson does lose this fight, I don't think he's gonna. But if for any reason he does lose the fight, it's gonna be because they did not call that a knockdown. You see one shot. There's an uppercut followed by a hook. You see, I figured they were going to bang. Tony goes right hand, and then he comes back with the right hand, and he fucking back fists him. It's funny that you're starting to see back fists come back. You know, like a back fist like that, throwing at somebody like that. That's a very karate thing. Like there's never in any situation would I ever legitimately be like, yeah. But you'll find sometimes, like if I throw a hook and I stop it in time, maybe I can come back just to throw something in your face so that you're kept busy, so that I can like, well, I missed. Here, have this, bang, and then comes the actual punch, you know. And that's what Tony Ferguson did. He landed the shot. And then he went, he came right back with it. And then he came with a hook after. That was pretty funny to see. Even a past his prime Tony Ferguson can eat these soft-ass influencers alive. Oh, yeah, 41's old. It ain't that old. You know? Fucking forget about it. Man, oh, man. Man, oh man. Man, oh man, oh man. Darkside Dearney says, "Hey Scott, how gay have the fights been so far? Pretty gay. Gay is springtime, my friend. Gay is springtime. Nah, they've been all right. I've enjoyed some of these fights. I will say. They have been pretty good. Yep, Tony Ferguson wins as is kind of expected. That would be kind of bullshit if he lost. You know. Um, oh man, man. It's crazy how the misfits boxing belts like let me show you something. If you're watching along right now, take a good look at Tony's misfits belt. Um yeah. Um I'm looking for hold on. This is what I was trying to show you. Like this right here is like the misfits belts are like the like if you let's see generic. Like if you go to a boxing belt manufacturer, if you go to like a trophy manufacturer, right? Like this is what I'm talking about. Like right here is what I'm talking about. It's like generic ass, like no originality. It's like Mams Taylor was just like, yeah, dude, we'll just buy it from the local trophy manufacturer is what we'll do. We'll buy it from the local trophy manufacturer and we'll just slap an MF on there. That's what we can do. That's how we'll do it. It's cool. You know? It's like, man, you gotta be kidding me. Why do they gotta do it that way? Why do they gotta make it so like ass? So unoriginal, you know? When is Andrew Tate fighting? He's up next. He is up next. We will probably see them make the ring walk between 6:10 and 6:20, I would guess. And yeah, we will see how this fight goes. Come original, you got to come original. All entertainers come original. You got to come original. You got to come original. All entertainers. Again, we've been streaming for a little under 5 hours. You know, I typically only stream for two, so I apologize if I'm a little quiet right now. I'm just kind of trying to recharge before the main event, and you know, it'll be all good. It'll be all good. Oh, excuse me. Oh man. Oh yeah, we got bots. And then multiple bots actually. Shit. Don't didn't Andrew Tate say he used to pretend to be the girls talking to the guys? That's gay as hell. It really is, you know, because like you know, it's not just like you're so pretty. I wanna be your husband. It's like you know he's having talks with guys where they're like you know dudes are sending dick pics and he's like he's looking at the dick pics and he's responding, yeah. You know he's responding like that, you know? Um that's insane, you know? That's insane even if it wasn't gay. It's like, yo, that's really weird. How can you do something how can you do something like that, you know? Oh man. Oh, excuse me. Um but yeah, like he's the kind of guy you don't want to become, you know? He's the guy, like, honestly, I hate to talk like this. It's so stupid of me to be talking like this, but he's the villain that has an understandable backstory, right? He's the villain that has an understandable backstory, and you see why he would end up the way he did, but you know that he is still wrong. He may be correct about some things that he has to say. He may be correct about them. Oh, excuse me. But what his answer to them is bad. It's like commies. Like, yeah, commies are right about a lot of the things that they say are wrong with the world. You see bosses trying to squeeze their employees for every drop of productivity that they can squeeze out of them, like wringing out a towel, and not giving them their fair share of what the productivity does, what the productivity brings in. You you see a lot of favoritism paid to the rich and the powerful and the rich and powerful and things like that, you know? And like it's disgusting and it's terrible. The answer to that is not, hey, let's just make everybody poor. you, you know? Um and that's Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate, it's like, okay, I get it. I understand. And you're not wrong about everything you say. There's a lot of things that happen in the world today with men. It happens to men, in spite of men. Women do these things to men, and it's not cool. It's really not okay. You shouldn't be doing that, you know? But the answer is not to become a Muslim and start a fucking pimp ring, you know? It's not to start a website where you have a stable of hoes that do cam work, that do cam shit, that like trick men into thinking that they'll be able to sleep with them one day if they donate enough money. And then when those girls are like, "Oh, we have tail of the tape, Andrew Tate, 39, standing at 6'3", 199 pounds. We have Chase Demoor, age 29, standing at 6'5", and he's weighing in at 200 pounds. That's pretty undersized for a guy who's 6'5". Even 6'3", 199 pounds. That's a little lean. That's a little lean, you know. But Chase Demoor, 200 pounds for standing at 6'5". First off, I don't know that I believe that. I think there might be I think it might be a little bit excuse me, geez. I think there might be a little bit of cooking the books there on that, you know. Um, but yeah, like Andrew Tate is not the answer. You know, he is what happens when somebody, instead of trying to be a part of the answer or even like a good solution or anything like that, he just, instead of going right, he just bang veers left. Just fucking veers left. Does the exact opposite of everything that you should be doing. You know? I don't care that he's rich and famous. That doesn't matter to me because plenty of people are rich and famous and they don't deserve it. You're gonna tell me the Kardashians deserve their fame? You're gonna tell me Paris Hilton deserved hers? You're gonna tell me Jack Doherty, for instance, the guy who him and his posse tried to fight and got beat up by Andrei Arlovsky? You're gonna tell me they deserve their fame and their money? Of course they don't. Tons of people who don't deserve it get rich and famous all the time. It happens every day. Somebody sells their soul for money, either in one fell swoop or slowly and surely over time. They just take one step and then another and then another and then another, and before they know it, they've come so far from what is a good path, they don't even know who they are anymore, you know? There's so many people that are like that in the world. Andrew Tate, it doesn't matter how much success he has had, he is unclean, you know? There's some people, they're all right with that. They're all right with uncleanliness, you know? All that matters to them is success. They believe that success is the determining factor in terms of who someone should listen to, or who should be listened to, excuse me. They think they consider that to be okay. I don't, you know. No one drinks Prime in 2025. It had one good viral year and that's it. Yeah, yeah. I considered getting Prime. I considered getting a Prime beverage just to try it out, and I was just like, nah, there's something about this I don't like. I don't there's something about it, man. There's something about it. Oh man. All right, so we have Andrew Tate walking out right now. Excuse me. I'm gonna have to check something out here. Because there's a lot of people tuning into the stream right now. It's basically getting DDoSed. It's essentially getting DDoSed. So I want to make sure. I want to see if pulling the same stream, it's completely and totally the same stream. I want to see if pulling that up will help. You know. Okay. Let's see some thunder. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's see some thunder. No crowd pop at all. No, no crowd pop, not even a little bit. No reaction from the crowd. They're just like, yeah, let's get on with it, dude. This ain't about you. This ain't about you, bro. Oh, I'm gonna stand up real quick. Andrew, Andrew Tate's just so stupid looking. I'm sorry. That's the other thing about Andrew Tate. He just kind of looks like a dummy. Okay. Andrew King Cobra JFS. Introducing King Cobra. Fucking introducing the top G. King Cobra Christian Tate. It's like, holy shit, man. This is your main event. Let's hear some thunder. Christian. Ah, boy. Here we go. It's fucking up. Don't worry, I'm sure the stream will be fine. All right, here we are. So, oh man, this is. You see, Andrew Tate is skilled, but the thing is, like, you can tell that he's not like he doesn't quite look as coordinated as you would want him to be, including in his old kickboxing days. Like his old kickboxing days, he just kind of looked like a little stiff, a little like he didn't really know like what he was doing, I guess you could say. And yeah, it was pretty, you know. Oh, my dog wants in again. Whatever, I'm gonna let him in real quick. So we have a double jab from Chase Demoor. Come on, buddy, let's go. I haven't seen anything too crazy yet. Then again, if I'm being honest with you, the stream has been a little skippy. Plus, you know, I haven't been paying crazy attention. There's kind of like a probing cross. There's a hook cross to the body from Andrew. Andrew keeps going to the body, and that's a very interesting choice because he's a lot taller, you know. Chase Demoor, though, he kind of paws with his left hand. He's trying to use that as a means to that as a means to keep Andrew at range, you know. Do you think there's enough bot spam? Nah, not nearly enough. Not nearly enough. Oh man. Anyway, so that first round wasn't too crazy. I'm wondering how many rounds there are. Um, I'm wondering how many rounds there are. That was a pretty retarded idea. That you shouldn't be giving him water this early in the. You should not be. There's an art to being a corner man, right? It's not as simple as just like put the stool down and just like hang out. Like you need to give him enough instruction in a clear and concise manner that he's going to be able to understand it. This dude is tired, his adrenaline's pumping, he might be scared, he's got a bunch of things running through his head or nothing running through his head. You got to cut through all of that, and in addition to that, you have to help him to get his breathing back. You sit him down and just immediately start giving him water. When he has that water in his mouth and when he swallows it, that's going to disrupt his breathing, you know? You have Chase Demoor with the pink gloves, suspiciously kind of pawing like that. He's a little he's kind of pawing at him like that. That's an interesting choice of movement from Chase Demoor in those pink gloves. That was a nice right hand down the middle from really over the top from Chase Demoor. I'll give him that. He used the fruity pawing as there's a short right hand from Andrew Tate on the way in. So Andrew Tate is trying to fight inside, which I don't know why he would do that. Like the size difference between them is not much, if any. Andrew Tate should not be trying to fight on the inside the way he is. It's a little ridiculous. Um, but yeah, there was a nice little overhand right that Chase Demore threw. I think Andrew rolled with it. And then Andrew also landed a hook, a short hook on the inside. There's a left hook attempt from Andrew. He ends up missing. Um, I don't know who's winning this fight right now. So this is round 2 of 6, I guess. There are 6 rounds. Has Tate ever had a non kickboxing match? I think he had like an MMA fight or something. He had an MMA fight once. Thank you, Joe Butt Slasher, for getting rid of those bots as well. By the way, there's a cross up the middle. I don't know if it landed from Tate, and he has Chase Demore up the middle. Chase Demore almost going for a fucking tie plum here. The way these guys are hugging, like you almost want to see them start throwing knees. They're both willingly entering into clinch exchanges. You're seeing Chase Demore trying to you're seeing Chase Demore trying to frame off of Andrew Tate's hands. Hand fighting's a good idea, and that's what Chase Demore landed that cross. Ooh, there's another short right hook on the way in from Chase Demore. It might have landed. That shot that Chase Demore landed that definitely did not look like it was fun to take. He batted the hand down and went bang right over the top, and that was good. Like hand fighting's not a bad thing, but Chase has to make sure he's being smart about it. It's round 2. These guys are doing a lot of upper body wrestling. Um, these guys are doing a lot of upper body wrestling, and it's just like, man, like they're gonna get mad tired. You can tell Chase Demore is gonna start getting tired if he's not already. Um, and yeah, I mean, I'd like to see some straights, maybe some jabs, some real jabs, not like what Chase Demore just did, which was like, He starts again. Chase Demore throwing some suspect punches in those pink gloves. That was a nice overhand right by Tate. It may have landed. If it did, it was kind of glancing. And at the end of that round, Chase Demore hits a snap down to bring Andrew Tate to his knees. Somehow, this just keeps getting a little bit gayer as the seconds tick on. I don't know what it is. Something about Chase Demore. Yes, that was a nice. It was a cross over the hand, and then he threw a straight jab off of that. That was a nice connection from Chase Demore. That was good. And then that's a nice. Oh, so there was 2 hooks. Andrew came in with a left hook and a right hook, and yeah. This bullshit after a sick ass Tony Ferguson fight, SMH. Yeah, Andrew Tate is it's pretty crazy because if I'm being honest with you, I would rate Andrew Tate as like an amateur, like a lower mid-range amateur, the way he's fighting right now. Which with Chase Demoor, it's like that's not his fault. He picked it up like 2 or 3 years ago, you know. It's not his fault. But with Andrew Tate, again, he had something like 80 fights, was it? He had like kind of a crazy amount of fights. Like he had a number of fights that even most boxers don't have. Boxers will have a lot of fights. They'll have like 50 or more fights in if they have like a fully realized career, you know? Um like he should not be this stiff. He should not be this unsure. He should not be that. It's a nice little exchange there. Some pawing hooks landed by each of them. He should not be this like chicken footed. It looks like he doesn't have his sea legs the way Andrew's fighting. You know, I've talked about it for years. I can remember I started this channel in 2022, and I started streaming around that time too. It was, once every like now and again, maybe once a month I'd stream. And I would talk about that, and I would say, look, Andrew Tate was very he made sure to handpick his opponents. Chase Demoor doing a good job of framing off of the head now when Andrew Tate's getting in, so that's good for him. I would just like to see some straights, some Andrew straights. I would appreciate seeing some of those. Ooh, that was a nice overhand from Andrew Tate. If Andrew Tate loses this, it's going to be especially crazy because, like I said, Chase Demoor is kind of, he's kind of fighting a little like that. He's kind of fighting the way I'd expect. All I'm saying is, if there was ever a fight at a pride parade, I would expect the guys fighting to fight like Chase Demoor is right now. That's all I'm saying. That's that's all. You know. So if Andrew Tate loses to that, it's just like, man, that is even worse. You know. Ooh, okay, that's a nice little short shot from Chase Demoor here. Joe Mama. Uh-oh, there's Joe Rogers 1418 and there's Joe Rogers 1469. Did they make you guys at the same factory? They made you guys at the same factory? Ooh, that was a nice right hand from Andrew Tate. There is a piece of me that wants to see Andrew Tate win, just so I don't have to listen to feminists try and pretend like anybody who recognizes there's something wrong with the world is really just like a pussy who can't fight. That's really why I would want Andrew Tate to win. I don't agree with everything he's ever fucking said. Like I said, I think he's someone who recognizes what's wrong with the world, and instead of doing the right thing, he decided to do the wrong thing, right? Um, did Tate fight? Tate's fighting right now. Um, you're waiting an hour at KFC? Fuck, dude. I'd say it's time to ask for your money back, Zach. But yeah, Andrew Tate's not doing that well. Chase Demoor is not doing that good though. Like Andrew Tate is not doing as good as he needs to. And Chase Demoor is only doing a little bit better than that, and that's why he's winning this fight. We are in round 4 of 6, and we are gonna see if Andrew Tate can actually fucking pull this off. So there's a jab from Tate. That was nice. That was ooh, a nice jab up the middle from Tate. Not Tate from what's his face? Demoor, I mean. Demoor threw like a 3 or 4 punch combo. He landed a stiff jab. I hate them both. LMAO. Yeah, I mean, I'm not in love with Andrew Tate. I just like feminists and left wingers think that I'm the same as Andrew Tate. So even though I'm not the same as Andrew Tate, and I don't love the hell out of the guy, in fact, I would say I don't even really like him very much. Um, I would not want him to lose just because when feminists see him lose, they see me lose. And oh, that was a nice overhand from Tate. They see me lose and they think that I'm wrong or that I'm a pussy or that I'm this or that. I don't want to have to listen to them be fucking annoying like that. Okay, the ref broke them and then they were right back in the clinch. Someone need and at this point it's Chase Demoor who's clinching up like that. Chase Demoor needs to not be Chase is not fighting, he's clinching. He needs to be warned, and a point needs to be taken away if he keeps doing that. I'm not someone who likes when referees don't let guys clinch, but there's a difference between we're fighting, we ended up in the clinch, let's keep fighting. There's a difference between that, which is what I prefer, and what is happening now, which is Chase Demoor is very clearly tired, and he's just clinching to try and stall the action so that Andrew can't actually throw anything. I think for that alone, Andrew wins this round. Now, is that his first round? Is that the first round Andrew has won? It could be. Maybe he won round one. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I really wasn't sure. I got to be honest with you. Um, but right now, I would say Andrew Tate's winning this round just on the merit of activity and the fact that he's actually landed a few punches. Other than that, Chase Demoor is just trying to, like, there was a moment where he kind of tried to, ooh, that was a nice jab up the middle. Nice head movement from Tate there. Yeah, you know, like, I'd say Demoor is winning the fight overall. Andrew Tate is winning this round. And if he's won even one more round so far, that means it's tied, you know? So if that first round did go to Andrew Tate, well then this is gonna mean it's a tie game, you know? Got 10 seconds at the end of this round four. Ending the fourth with some fury. Whoever said that, shut your mouth. This really is pretty bad. That is pretty bad, you know? Man. You got Chase Demoor. He's got a bit of a bloody nose. You know, I'm curious what exactly did it. So we're seeing a stiff jab from Demoor followed by a glancing right and left, and then another. Like the jab is the only one of those that I would say actually landed. Then there's an overhand right followed by, I believe, a short left from Tate. He might have landed a short left. No, he didn't land a short left after that. You know, I think Andrew Tate won that. I don't think the beginning of the round was enough to give Demoor that round. I think Andrew landed more in general, and then he also landed just worse. Worse meaning he did more damage. He landed better on Chase Demoor. Um, you know, and then it's clear that Chase didn't actually want to be there. So I mean, it's like I said, that fourth round could have been the only round that Andrew Tate has won so far. I don't know. We'll see. We still got 2 rounds as of right now. We are 2 minutes and 50 seconds into this fifth round. We're going to see if Tate can finally get his shit together to take this home. You know, because I'll be honest with you, like watching fights like this, I don't like it because it doesn't feel like somebody won. It feels like both guys lost, just one guy lost a little less. That's really what's happening when you have fights like this is both guys lost. Everybody lost, including the audience. And one guy lost a little bit less, so we had to give it to him. Ooh, there's an uppercut from Chase Demoor that seems to have hurt Andrew Tate. There's another uppercut attempt from Chase Demoor. It goes whoosh, right up. There's another uppercut from Chase Demoor. It is not working out for him very well at this point. You know, that was very clearly a lucky uppercut. Ooh, that was a nice overhand right from Andrew Tate. And you're seeing both of them are really fucking tired. Chase Demoor can't even keep his hands up anymore. You know. Ooh, okay. There's another uppercut from Chase Demoor. That's not a knockdown. They better not call that a knockdown. Yeah. See, Chase Demoor, his hands are down, but like he's just active. He's just more active. He's not doing damage. He's just kind of he's not even landing punches. Man, little under 30 seconds. Neither of them have anything in the tank right now. There's a whole other round. A whole other round. And neither of these guys can even throw with gusto. None of the it is not, you know. Man. I wonder how much Andrew's making off of this. I wonder how much Andrew is making off of this. Man, oh man. Man, oh man, oh man. This is so bad for Tate. It really is. It really is pretty bad for Andrew Tate. This is not how this fight should have gone for him in any by any metric. By any metric, this is not how the fight should have gone for him. He needs a knockout, and I don't think he has it in him. I just don't think he has it in him. If I'm being honest with you. Oh yes. So we are a little over 2 minutes left in this round 6 of 6. Chase Demoor. I mean, you got to give it a Chase Demoor. He does really want to win. That's about the only thing. Like you can tell Chase is just trying his best to hang on so that he can like Tate is just hanging on. Chase is hanging on and he's trying to do just enough to be able to take this down. Take this down, take this home, you know? And good for him, but it just sucked. It sucks cuz it's not over. It's not past tense, it's present tense. This sucks. It's not the greatest to watch. Rip rip Andrew Tate 2022 to 2025. Oh boy. Mm. It's very clear what happened. Andrew Tate is Mr. Weightlifter now. He likes to train boxing, but a fucking tiger uppercut, a jumping uppercut from Chase Demoor. Neither of these guys' cardio is really that good. Which they're heavy dudes. You got like it's just the way that it is. The heavier you get, the worse your cardio is gonna be. But it doesn't have to be that bad. It's pretty clear to me that Andrew Tate did not work his cardio the way he should have. It's pretty clear to me that Chase Demoor needs to work on his cardio too. But you can say at the very least Chase Demoor really really wants this. You gotta give him credit. Andrew Mike oh Andrew Michael 01 What happened? I had to go. I'm back. Andrew Tate is kind of getting battered a little bit by Chase Demoor. You know, it hasn't been the greatest fight that we've ever seen, and that is the end of that fight. I would say that Chase Demoor definitely takes that home. You know, I don't see any world where Andrew Tate can be called the winner of that. You know, we'll stick around for the thing. You know. These guys weigh 200 pounds too. It's not like these guys both weighed in at 200 pounds. They're no bigger than like 210, 220 coming into the fight. They weigh in yesterday, like they're no bigger than 210, 220 coming into this fight. Like I weigh probably 50 to 60 pounds more than both of them, you know? There's no reason why their cardio should have been that bad. No reason it should have been that bad, you know, if I'm being honest with you. It's really kind of unacceptable that their cardio would be that shit. Yes. 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 I think the next fight to make would be Jake Paul versus Andrew Tate. You know, I'm guessing Tate lost. Yeah, there's no way they call it a win on his part. So so let's find out who wins this main event. Yeah, we don't already know. Wait, what? Somebody scored this as a draw. Somebody really scored this a draw. All right. They said and I was like, no, no. That would have been the funniest fucking thing. That would have been the funniest fucking thing, dude. If that was man. Divine Hustlers YouTube. Can you talk? Of course I can talk, sir. What would you like to talk about? That would have been the funniest fucking thing if they gave it to Andrew Tate or if they called it a draw. I would have I would have the that would have been the best. That would have been so great. But yeah, Chase Moore wins by majority decision. I can't believe it wasn't unanimous decision. I can't believe they gave a draw on that first scorecard. They need to investigate that judge. What the hell was going on there? They get the Ukrainian, the Romanian mob on their asses. You know. Um. Yeah. You know. I'm the top G. Bitches ain't shit. I'm the top G. You know about Andrew Tate, right, baby? Yeah, you said the red pill shit is big in Brazil.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, does everybody watch Andrew Tate all the time?
No,
No, really? Andrew Tate. I figure Andrew Tate would be fucking massive in Brazil, even bigger than America.
I never heard about Andrew Tate
Really?
before, moving here.
Oh. I thought you were gonna say before this. I was like, wow, damn.
I only know because of you.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Hmm. I taught him everything he knows, baby. I taught him how to hate women.
yeah, I'm sure.
Fuck him. Yeah, I mean, Chase, like, it's crazy seeing, it's crazy, like, sometimes I wish I took that misfits fight. I wasn't offered a fight. What happened was I hit up Sam and I asked him if he thinks he could get me a fight on misfits. He hit up Keemstar. Keemstar said he's got to have some kind of following, and Sam literally, like, he was going, like, he was talking about, like, okay, I have a plan on how we can maybe get some eyes on you so that you can, like, justify being on misfits, because this was still a point where, like, they wouldn't just take anybody with a TikTok, you know? And, like, seeing Chase Demoor, I just think, like, man, like, why did I not fight at heavyweight? I remember talking to him and I was like, hell yeah, maybe I can, like, thank you, man. I'm gonna start trying to lose weight, and then maybe in like 4 to 6 months we can work on that. And it just never materialized because I never lost the weight, you know? My fault. I'll tell you all the reasons why I couldn't lose the weight, but at the end of the day, like, I didn't lose the weight, you know? Um, I just think, like, man, the damage I could do to someone like Chase Demoor. You know, you get, like, I take it easy on everybody. You know, I take it easy on Sam. I took it easy on Greg. I took it easy on Brian. Even when I kick it up on dudes, I'm still not going as crazy as I could go. You know, like, you guys have not really seen me recently go hard with somebody in that way. I'm always kind of, leaving spots open, and, I'm not, like, absolutely trying to fucking, like, wail on somebody. There's a moment where you kind of see me snap into action with Greg, right? It was during Bitch Tank when we did that sparring match, and Greg was like, "Nah, let's really go." I was like, "Okay." But, like, I was still kind of taking it easy on him, but he landed this overhand right that was actually a really nice shot on his part, and he went bang, and then I snapped into action, and you just see me landing, like, cross hook, you know? Like, I want to see if I can I want to see if I can find it. I definitely won't be able to, you know? At least not on my channel anyway. Um Like, I'll show you guys, yes, right here. This is the closest. This is the closest you've ever seen me going hard on anybody in the fish tank world, even Sam. Like, you're gonna notice there's a point. You're gonna notice there's a point.
Ding ding ding!
What?
Yeah, I love Greg. Greg is goated.
Keep going.
Greg is goated.
Do it real.
Yeah. You hear that? He's like, no, do it real. That's the best way to put it too. Do it real. Saying do it real when I'm just trying to, like, nice and easy, nice, easy sparring. He's like, nah, do it real. That was like, man.
Real. Both of you go real.
That's the funniest shit.
Make it sense.
Well,
You see, I kind of let him have it a little bit, you know? I just kind of keep throwing my left, you know? Nothing crazy right now, but you're going to notice there's a point where he kind of...
Ooh, still shot.
You're going to notice it's coming up. He lands a really nice overhand. It might have been that. No, it was that one right there. And you just see me. You just...
Stay in the ring.
Step 1.
You just kind of like...
Powerless over alcohol that our lives have become.
Okay.
One day
Stay
at a
in the
time,
ring.
gentlemen. Vertical bar, vertical bar.
You just kind of see me, like, come alive, and all of a sudden I'm just like, all right, let's fucking, you know. And even then, it's like, I know this is Greg. I'm not trying to, like, beat the fuck out of him. But I knew, like, okay, like, you know. Like, that's the closest to going hard on anybody. And if I'm being honest with you, I think Greg is a better boxer than Chase Demoor. So it's just, I watch this and I'm just like, why did I not capitalize and just say, fuck it, yeah, I'll fight at heavyweight? Why did I not do that, you know? But, you know, it coulda, shoulda, woulda, you know, coulda, shoulda, woulda. It is what it is, you know, fucking, what coulda happened but didn't, oh well. Ah well. Ah, man. If you would have hit his chin, you would have knocked him down. Like, I don't know which punch you're specifically talking about, you know, but yeah, like there's definitely, I started throwing heavier leather, that's for sure, you know, but yeah, I don't know, like me out of practice, out of shape. I don't even know about right now. If I had to fight a 6-round fight, if I had to fight a 3-round fight, I don't think I'd survive. I would look like I'm in worse shape than I was even back then. But if I dedicated 2 months to get in shape for a fight, I don't know. Maybe I could have made it work. It's like I said. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. I know. But I'm just telling you my thoughts about influencer boxing and shit like that is all I'm doing, you know? Wow, that they have already cleared out that entire stadium. It's not the biggest stadium, of course, but you know. Anyway, so that was fun. We are a little bit under 6 hours. A little bit under 6 hours. And you know what? We got a little under 20 minutes until that 6-hour mark. One moment. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'll go until the 6-hour mark. You know, we'll just sit here and we'll chat about whatever. You know, it looked like you weren't aiming to kill him. Well, yeah, I wasn't like, I was going hard, but I wasn't like there's a clear difference in like looking at some of these highlights right now. There's a clear difference between like what some of these guys were throwing, how hard they were throwing it, and what I was throwing, you know, is kind of the point that I'm making. But yeah. Oh man. Sorry, I'm just looking around here at whatever it's called, Twitter, on Twatter. Fight's over. Yep, fight's over. You know? Yeah. Are you gonna stream the fight? Dude, are you gonna stream the fight, dude? Dude, you should stream the fight, dude. What are you're dude, you're just yapping, dude. You gotta fucking stream and fight for us, dude. Dude, come on, man. What are you doing? It's like, holy shit, you know? Did you see Arlovsky fighting the horde of Zoomers? Oh yeah, let's look that up right now. We'll look that up, and that'll be our Andrei Arlovsky fight backstage. Yes, indeed.
So I rolled my ass out of.
Oh, get that out of here. Get that shit the fuck out of here. All right, whatever. Bing bang boom. There we go. So we have Andrei Arlovsky here. Right? It does. This isn't even the whole thing. This isn't even the whole fucking thing. This is like around the end. This isn't the whole thing. I want to find the whole thing if I can.
Go, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
Here, I believe this is it. I believe this is it. The whole thing.
Giant from the movie 3.
So Jack, right? He bumps into Andre his and it's like for what? All because fucking all because Jack couldn't get out of the way. You know, that's something that like has become worse over time. Is people's inability and unwillingness to just have basic decency, such as like, oh, I'm walking straight, this guy's walking straight, why don't I move a little bit and he'll move a little bit so that we avoid bumping into each other. Instead, people will just walk straight hoping you get out of their way. And me, like, I'm a nice guy, but that's something that I've made a point to stop, because living in a ghetto area, you're just constantly weaving in and out of traffic to try and make sure that everybody else is like comfortable. And it's like, nah, fuck that. You know, if I get into a fight at the Walmart, fuck it. Who cares? I'm beat the fuck out of him. What? Because he couldn't get out of the way at all? Nah, fuck him. You know, fuck that. But yeah, it's funny the way he's like, he lets his fellow 5'7" Zoomer guys get fucked up. And he's got his security here who's just like, I don't want any of that. He probably recognized who Andrei Arlovsky is. Legit.
Go, Tate, help!
Yeah, that was a real punch to the head. You know, I was wondering if this was set up at all. I don't know that it's set up. I think it may I thought maybe it was set up, maybe a little bit, but the silent agreement of walking to your right like driving a car. Exactly. You know, exactly. You and your boy get fucked up by a former UFC giant, and your move after that is to be like, pull your pants up, like, yeah, hey, fuck you.
That dude looked like a fucking giant from the movie 3.
Okay, all right. You see, there was a point in the video at first where, oh, yeah, you see, the dude throws a punch, and I think he actually lands on Andre, but then the dude backs right off, because he knows, like, ooh, you know, like, you can see, right? Yeah, the black dude throws a punch. I think the black dude probably expected Andre to go down. You know? Oh no, it's more that fucking the fucking midgets started trying to get in. They wanted it more. So, you know. Jack Doherty's just the kind of guy that, like, if I saw him in Boston, I might just run up. Like, he's one of those dudes you just don't like. You don't want to see him around. You know, like if you see him around, it's almost offensive just to see him in the first place. You know, but no, you know, fucking, it is what it is. He's a punk. His friends got punked. You know, he got punked. And yeah, you know, it's gonna keep happening, and it's not just gonna be UFC guys. He's gonna mess with somebody in a city that has tons of friends that just happen to be in the area, and his bodyguard and his two midget friends are not going to be able to fend off the 10 people that are coming at him. You know.
Go, Chewie, let's go.
I'm curious what's said. I'm gonna kind of I wanna hear a little bit, specifically this part. I wanna hear if they're like, yo, dude, no, that's Andrei Arlovsky, dude.
Go, Chewie, let's go. Dude, why that guy trying to kick me for no reason? I don't know. Holy shit, Con. That dude looked like a fucking giant from the movie 300. Yo, what are you doing? Chill.
You see, and that's what happens when you're rich and famous, is that you get dudes that hang on, and like something that doesn't need to be that big a deal turns into that big a deal. Like, you see how Andre just kind of didn't get out of his way, and they just turned at each other. Andre didn't do shit. Andre didn't do anything. He was just fucking standing there, and this dude walks into him like a bit of an asshole. And like, when they fucking bump into each other, all of a sudden the security team, or the security guy, and the fucking manlets, they go aggro. Because when you're talentless and you have nothing to offer at all, that's the only thing you have to offer is, let me catch a fucking charge for you, or an ass whooping, which is what happened with these two dudes. And when Andre got done with the smaller dudes, he would have turned on Big Black over here, and he would have finished the fucking job, you know? The only reason this dude is still alive to tell the tale is because the fucking small dudes took an ass beating for him, which is kind of funny. It's kind of funny when you think about it, you know? And it would not have been good. It would not have been a good thing, you know? But like, that's what this is, judging. Like, you didn't see him walk into Andre and then they turn around and Andre's like, whoa, you know? You don't, that's not what happened. You didn't see that. You know, it was, they bump into each other. They just kind of look at each other like, what the fuck? And then you got these three who swarm, you know, and they still lost, is the funniest thing about it. But yeah, you know, people are just not good at taking L's, and it extends to things that aren't even win-loss situations, you know? People are so used to just being able to, like, go aggro for losing, that they become monsters, in that, like, you look at them wrong and they're like, you know? Or, like, again, something as innocuous as that, somebody bumps into somebody else, and they got to make something of it, you know? Because in their mind, the way they've exercised their ego, they've exercised it to believe that that is like some kind of that is oh, uh-oh, I gotta charge my phone. They've exercised their ego as to where they believe that, like, somebody bumping into you, you didn't get out of their way, and they bump into you, and that's disrespect on their part, so you need to react, you know? Oh, people are fucking retarded, you know? And I'm tired of dealing with people. I'm tired of dealing with people, and I'm at a point where it's like, whatever, if I get into a fight at the fucking grocery store because some asshole doesn't know how to walk around somebody else, then fine, whatever, you know? But I'm not like, I'll move a little bit, but I'm not gonna do that, like, walking, oh, it's okay, I'll move, haha. It's gonna be like, okay, now you move, you didn't fucking move, you're an asshole. I moved a little bit, you could have moved a little bit too, you know? But dude, taking an L is like 1 million aura points. I can't let my child have generational aura loss. Exactly. Fucking exactly. You know, what belt in BJJ are you, Scott? I'm a black belt. I got it in June of this year. Um, he got tired before the fight even started. I would assume you're talking about Andrew Tate. Yeah, those guys were not doing too hot. They were not doing too hot. That is a for sure. You know? Man, oh man. Man, oh man, oh man. Anyway, we got a little under 5 minutes to go. I don't know what to talk about. I just want to say thank you, everybody who showed up today. Most people who showed up did not even stick around. I have 1,171 views total on this stream right now. That's the amount of people who visited today. There's 14 concurrent viewers right now, and the average view duration on YouTube was just a little over 4 minutes. So most people clicked on, they saw that I wasn't endangering my fucking my channel by showing the actual fight, and they just clicked off. You know, whatever. I guess thanks for the engagement. Um, thank you everybody who popped in on thank you everybody who popped in on Twitch. I'm not leaving right this second. I'm just, kind of winding down a little bit. I believe all those videos about Jack Doherty are staged. I mean, like, that's the thing, is like, I feel like that could be staged, but also those were some real punches that were being exchanged. Andrei Arlovsky got hit in the head at least once, and one of Jack Doherty's buddies definitely actually got hit by Andrei Arlovsky. You know, the kid fell, and fucking there was another dude right next to him. So Andre threw a small kick, mainly just to follow up and be like, get the fuck out of the way, or like, whatever. And then he immediately turned on the other kid. It was a little like it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, it could be staged. Stranger things have happened. But the way they were throwing real punches, like, do I believe Andrei Arlovsky might throw some real punches and be willing to take some real punches? I guess maybe. But like, you better be paying me quite a bit to be taking a punch from Andrei Arlovsky just for the content. You know? Just for the content. You are the GOAT, Scott. No, you are, Andrew Mencenez. Scott blessed us with the long stream today. Yeah, I had a good time. It was good to get a long stream in for sure. It's good to get a long stream in. Ah, man. Feels good. Feels good, man. Feels good. Um, I'm trying to think if there's any updates or anything like that. I'm starting to work on a video about FSU, which is a hardcore crew, excuse me. You may know them from the episode of Gangland that covered them. They're known as Friends Stand United, or or Fuck Shit Up. Or I talked to a guy who was kind of cool with them. He said they were also called the Fist Fight Support Unit. And then the guy that I'm speaking to who's going to be talking about FSU and how they started. He actually told me that originally, before the whole Friends Stand United thing, they were called Fuck Skinhead Unity, is what they were called. FSU essentially revolved around skinheads, like the creation of them, what they did, why they did it, how they did it. Like, it revolved around skinheads. I'm not even saying that they were skinheads. Excuse me. But the guy that I'm talking to, he was around in the time where they would have been formed. And there's a lot of lies told about them that are meant to be positive lies, like the whole, we're just straight edge, man. We don't believe in drugs and alcohol because drugs and alcohol are bad. We're high off life, you know? That's a lie. And then also, the whole, what was I gonna say? The whole like, hey, and we were just beating up neo-Nazi skinheads. No, they didn't really care if you were a neo-Nazi or not. They didn't really care about that, you know. They just didn't like skinheads in general. You could have been rash, you could have been a Trojan skinhead. If you were a skinhead, they would fight you. They would try and drive you out of the music scene, you know. But yeah, you know. Excuse me. Huge day for the Scotty Rockers. Yes, sir, Lock Soup Monsoon. And thank you for being here to share it with me. Yeah, you know. So I'm excited for that. It's going to be an AI video, meaning I'm going to ask this guy the questions. He's going to send me answers, and I'm going to have to plug the answers into an AI voice thing so that I can take the recordings and put them into a video. You know, it's very similar to another video I did with another guy who actually was a skinhead, funny enough. You know, I forget if I ever made this video public. Let me take a look and see if I ever made it public. I wonder if I did. If I didn't, I might just make it public because I'm not doing anything with my Patreon. My Patreon is pretty much dead. I almost wonder if I would not be upset at all from anybody if they just like, if there's any of my patrons, it says I still have 5 paid patrons for $21 a month. If any of my patrons are here, I don't know what I'm going to be able to put on there, if anything, ever again. So I understand if you withdraw your patronage, you know. I forget shit all the time, you know. Apparently somebody joined as a free member on my birthday. I have tons of free members to my Patreon, not many paid members, you know. I never had many paid members, but anyway, I'm just curious here. Interview. I have an interview with JC. I have getting interviewed by Discord mods, which was a stream from 2024. Yes. So this right here, I'll show you a little bit of it, right? I made contact with a guy, you know, I inboxed the guy and he said, yeah, sure. I made contact with a guy who used to be a member of the Hammerskin Nation, which was the largest skinhead organization in, I don't think just America, I think the world. You know, I'm pretty sure Hammerskins were only American. I don't know if they ever like had any European anything, but yeah, so this was an interview with one of those guys. So a little while ago I did an interview with somebody who I'll show you the first little bit of it, or as you might know it, neo-Nazi skinhead. And I figured I miss this room and I miss this setup. I really like, my last room was goated for real. My last room, my last setup really was nice, you know. A little bit of clutter in this video, but you know, it is what it is. A little prelude to the video to explain a couple of things. One being that he didn't want his name or his face on camera for what should be obvious reasons. He has since stepped away from that movement, but it probably wouldn't be the best idea for him to be putting his name and his face to something that, even if he's not affiliated anymore, tends to have a visceral reaction in most people. Because of this, I had to reconstruct the interview based around the transcripts of when I ended up asking him the questions and things like that. So that's why it's going to be in a bit of a different format from a lot of the other interviews that I've done. Also, I'm pretty sure I did a different disclaimer already, but I'm going to say again, just to make sure everybody understands, that I don't condone or advocate for the piss zone, yes, views, or really any political views in that case. I'm not as entertained with it. I think you guys get the idea.
I'll try to give an overview. The skinhead subculture originally emerged in the UK in the 1960s. It started as a working-class movement, heavily influenced by music. By the late 1970s and into the 1980s, a portion of the skinhead scene became political, and from there emerged the pro-white skinheads movement. In the early 2000s, when I was introduced to the scene, it was through music. punk, and metal. By that time, the peak of the movement had passed, but there were remnants around. At the age of 12, I started attending concerts where I met so-called old-timers who were deep in. They influenced me and brought me into it. The ideology wasn't so much about blatant racism as it was an exaggerated form of white pride. The term white power was mostly ironic. It was a declaration of pride in being white, and it was expressed in a way that drew attention and often incited shock and conflict. Looking back, I realized the significance of the influences during our formative years. The music, the community, and the need for belonging can shape someone's beliefs and identity in major ways. Throughout my involvement in the scene, I was part of several groups. It's common within these fringe subcultures to experience a lot of infighting, which often leads to factions breaking down and reforming under new names or structures. In the early days of me being involved, the Hammerskins were the dominant group and I was affiliated with them for a bit. A few years later, I joined another group. I stayed with them until they broke up several years later.
So yeah, like I'll probably put that to the main channel just for shits and giggles, but also I want to see if I can get back in contact with that guy and see if he's comfortable with that, because like he is very like, hey, like I left that behind. I don't want, you know, I don't want this to be, I don't want it to be known that it's me. You know, let's just leave it, you know, like I want to let sleeping dogs lie, but yes, like I can talk about this because, you know, it was a part of my life and I would kind of like to have my thoughts on it out there, even though I don't want to be associated with it. You know, I want to, I want to see if he's comfortable with me releasing that to the main channel. It's like, I think like a 15 or 16. Yeah, it's a little under 17-minute video. But it's interesting, you know, it is interesting. But yeah, I'll probably release that. Yeah, I mean when it comes to the fight with Andrew Tate and what's his face, Chase Demoor, baby, baby, were we gonna go get anything, or were you just like, nah, we ain't doing it today?
I guess now it's 7:10.
All right, yeah. Um, yeah, it's like I said, like um, wasn't the best fight. I was not impressed by either of them. It felt less like Chase Demore won and more like Andrew Tate lost. And that is a important distinction. It's an important distinction. But I had a good time here. You know, I had a good time here. Funny how many skins left that shit behind and don't want to be recognized as such. Yeah, and both sides too. You know, like it is kind of cringe when you look at it in the modern day. You know, but especially like the right wing skinheads. You know, because it's like, well, okay, like I used to throw fucking Sieg Heils, and I don't think people would really appreciate me if they knew that. You know, it's like it's understandable. Um, but yeah, I do gotta head out. All right. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you. Damn, it's been a little over 6 hours. I started streaming at 1 p.m. I had a good time. Thank you. Thank you again. I will talk to you guys later. Okay. Till next time. Peace out.